The March 3rd, 2025 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning and Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. My name is William Ray. I'm the chairperson of this organization. To my right, we have Mr. Truslow, Mr. Brown, Mr. Tadal, and Mr. Nelson. To my left, we have Mr. Neal. We have two Smiths, Ms. Smith, our two new members, Jessica Smith and Shane Smith, and Mr. Jordan. Staff members present tonight are Ms. Sally Brooks, Ms. Clark, Mr. Foster, and Ms. Jeannie Worker, and new to us, Mr. Lee Ziegler. Kevin Hugic, to my right, is our attorney. Because the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Act and Information and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated property. A notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representatives, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and the news media have also requested declaration of our meeting and have been notified. Board members, the meeting notes of January 6th and February 3rd of 2025 were sent to you. Are there any questions or any changes?
No, so move.
All right, I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to properly move in a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? Very good, it carries. Thank you. Our case rulings from this meeting and any other BZA meeting are available to the public for review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has the final decision-making authority on the following. First, appeals on a zoning-related administrative decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that there is an error in the order, the requirement, decision, or the determination made by the administrative official in the administration or enforcement of any zoning-related regulations. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. We also have special exceptions. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within the zoning district. Upon demonstrating such of a use complies with the conditions and standards specified by the Zoning and Land Development Regulation, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find that the special exception must meet all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then finally, we have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA's regulations of the ordinance, where such an action is not contrary to the public interest and the conditions particular to the property and not the result of the actions or situations of the applicant. A literal enforcement of the code will result in the unnecessary and undue hardship, and such variance is consistent with Section 6-29-18 of the Code of the State of South Carolina and Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance must meet all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A simple majority is required to grant the variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist the board in gathering evidence that are pertinent to each case. The members of the BZA must feel that there is a need for further information to clarify a case. The board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It must be understood that the rules of your neighborhood or your subdivision are binding, and we can take no action that would negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition, your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by staff, by the applicant or the applicant's representative or agent for each case. This information is now considered to be evidence and has been entered into this permanent body for the record. It is assumed that it is true, complete, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effect on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or deny a special exception or a variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be mailed, certified mail to the applicants, and U.S. mail to neighbors and community of interest that we have listed. If the applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions approved tonight are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a 1-year extension may be granted only if construction has been started or commenced or has been diligently pursued. However, if the applicant's request is disapproved, the applicant wishes to appeal this decision of this board concerning the case, an applicant must address the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board that has been mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within this time limit deprives this board of its jurisdiction to hear a matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All the information provided to the BZA is now considered evidence, and this board may certify contempt of circuit court if false evidence is either made in writing or orally. Therefore, each person who wishes to address this board, we ask that our secretary would, we ask that the BZA secretary, before providing the information or evidence, in order to expedite this matter, we ask all those individuals who wish to speak to us at this time, please stand as a group, and the secretary will administer the oath.
Okay. Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Well, if you didn't stand and start to change your mind, you can get sworn in a little bit later, okay? But we do keep an accurate account of who does not stand up and hadn't been sworn in. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts pertinent to each case limited to 5 minutes. I would then call the applicant. The applicant would stand, state his or her name and current address for the record before presenting testimony pertinent to the case, limited to 5 minutes. I would then ask for those speaking either in opposition or support of the case. They will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant would then have an opportunity to reply to the opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. And then finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application stating specific facts of finding and conclusion of law. Tonight, we have 2 old cases and 8 new cases. And at this time, Ms. Working, if you would start with our first old case tonight, which is case BZA 11-27-00820. And just for one little note, you won't find us looking at the monitors behind us. We have monitors in front of us that we can see to help us move through this agenda tonight.
I have a question.
Okay? So I would ask that you hold all questions to the very
Do you
end.
have a stopwatch so we can see how much time we
That will be presented as well, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, and if the
Miss-
stopwatch isn't up there, we have it on my phone, so we use both. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Yes.
So late Friday afternoon, we received a request from the Strobels that they wish to hire a land use attorney to represent them in this case. This is a 01-25-00842, 1951 Stokes Avenue in North area. So I've asked them to come and ask for that in person
Okay.
for deferral.
Is the applicant present?
Yes, Barry Whalen.
Wait till you get the mic, please, sir.
Yes, Barry Whalen at 29 Linebach Drive, Charleston, 29407. And we're requesting a deferral so that we can go ahead and prepare additional information.
Okay. Board members, do we want to grant this deferral?
I just have a question, if I may.
Yes, you may.
I can ask a question to staff or whatever. What was the original deferral for? I'm sorry, I don't recall why it was deferred.
So the deadline for public comments was noon on Friday, and Jason, property owner, sent in a letter pretty late, like 2:30-ish. And then the applicant that owns this would like to hire an attorney to represent them.
Oh, I just meant the original deferral. What was,
This one was not
This is a
deferred.
new
This is a
case.
new
Okay.
case. I'm sorry. This is a new case.
No
We're just
problem.
doing this first so that we can,
oh,
Get him
okay.
out of the way.
Yeah, okay, I apologize.
so if anyone.
00842 is the case that's.
008.
Oh, I missed that. I thought he said 820.
I apologize.
Okay. All right, I'm fine.
Sorry.
No question, sir. I'll make a motion if.
I'll make a motion to grant the request for a deferral.
Okay, do I have a,
Second.
okay, we also have a second. All right. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? Your extension has been granted, sir. Thank you.
All righty. So this is the first old business case. It's BZA 1124-00820. The applicant is Taylor Lentz of Travel Charleston. And the property owner, Matthew McDowell, are requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 333 Curtis Avenue, which is TMS number 35009000097 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties to the north and east are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The adjacent properties to the south and west are located in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The property contains a single-family residence with 4 bedrooms that was constructed in 1967 per Charleston County records. On January 6, 2025, the BZA heard the applicant's request to rent all 4 of the bedrooms in the single-family residence, which required 6 parking spaces. The BZA voted to defer the request. The applicant's letter of intent addendum explains the proposed changes since January, and quote, "After consulting with members of Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department, we have decided to adjust our request to designate the house as a 3-bedroom STR. This modification requires a total of 5 parking spaces, 4 in the driveway and 1 in a proposed gravel spot adjacent to it. We have updated the site plan accordingly to reflect these changes." So you could see on the left is the January BZA site plan that shows us 6 parking spaces, and now they're showing the 5. So the 5th one is pulling straight in, and that's going to be gravel. The other 4 are in the driveway. This is the zoning ordinance requirement, the 300-foot radius map. We notified everyone within this area. An aerial photograph and zoomed out. And then we posted this property on December 12th, 2024, and also February 12th, 2025. A couple of photographs of the parking and the residence and Curtis Avenue. And again, this is the site plan comparison for you all to see. The tenant notice and the plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1, 2, and 3. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the case based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. One, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, this property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And 5, this approval is limited to 3 bedrooms, 4 concrete parking spaces, and 1 gravel parking space. The applicant shall revise the tenant notice to depict the 3 bedrooms that will be rented. And we did receive a public comment in opposition for this request. You received that on Friday. Have any questions?
Any questions of staff on this STR? No? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Good
My name
afternoon, sir.
is-
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Taylor Lentz, and I live at 1380 Florence Lane.
Tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Yep, so I was previously here in January and spoke my case. I'm the property manager for Matthew and Paula, and previously, as she stated, we decided to defer because of the parking situation, so we decided to cut the house down to 3 bedrooms, eliminating 1 car, and then adding a gravel spot. So we're proposing to just add the gravel spot and then hopefully to make parking a little bit easier for everyone to maneuver in and out.
Okay. Was that your best option? your
Yes,
best
we believe
plan?
so.
At the very best you can do?
We spoke with the board here, the staff here, and that was what they presented that we do. And it was the most cost-effective as well, so.
Okay. Let's see if I have any other board members that may have a question for you. Any other board members on my right? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one, so you're going to rename this on your, are you using VRBO, Airbnb, whatever the postings are, or?
Airbnb, yes.
So it'll be listed as a 3-bedroom house, not a 4-bedroom.
That's correct, yeah.
I'm fine, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Any other on my right? On my left? Please, Ms. Smith.
I remember asking you about this in January. So you're cutting it down 1 bedroom. Where is the gravel driveway going?
So it's going to be adjacent to the parking lot, the concrete parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a little patch of grass right there, and then like the sidewalk to enter the front door is like right next to that. So we'll be adding that right there,
Okay, so like it will almost pull up to that sidewalk.
essentially.
Okay.
Anyone else that has a question? I just have a comment. So you have it just pulling right up almost to the front step, that 5th spot. Am I right?
So that's what our designer decided to do with it. It won't necessarily be that close to the sidewalk. We'll obviously space it out so that it's like evenly laid out and not like pushed up against the sidewalk. And for the record, there's no sidewalk on these streets.
Ms. Working, can we pull up the aerial again, please? Okay, you got it up. I turned around to do it.
It's hard to see with the tree cover and the shadows, but it's the best we got.
But like I said, you have a tree right there in your front door, right?
Yes.
And then you're basically going to park that 5th car right up under the tree, almost into the front door. Am I correct or incorrect?
It wouldn't be like right next to the tree. There would probably be a good like 10 feet or so.
Yeah, there's
I
a,
need to go down to
Yeah.
the next one.
yeah, the photograph of the front, the driveway.
Oh,
and-
okay, sorry. This way?
That one,
This way.
yeah. So there's a sidewalk.
Showing the front of the house. There you go.
Oh, yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, but I'm talking about parking right there.
Left of the sidewalk.
It's way to the left.
Plenty of room.
Okay. Any other questions on my right? Mr. Jordan?
You state there's not a sidewalk on that street?
No, sir.
So if you succeed with your project in the parking lot like you're talking about, would there be room for a future sidewalk if there was one put in? Or would it be hanging over it?
No, it wouldn't be. There's plenty of space before the sidewalk would go in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so, any more questions on my left? Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition of this application? Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any more questions of staff? In a general discussion? Okay. Mr. Neal, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for approval on case BZA 112400820 for a special exception approval request for short-term rentals. I've received all the information as we all have. I believe it meets all three criteria. The first criteria is it compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. I think it's all fine here. They've acted with the reduction, addressed all the concerns we had with parking and issues, so I think there's no issues there whatsoever. The number two criteria, adequate provision is made, exists for such items as setbacks, buffering, fences, protect adjacent properties, such as noise, traffic, and congestion. I think the applicant is addressing all of these concerns with now the reduced occupancy of 3 bedrooms. He's made a statement on in front of us that it will be listed as 3 bedrooms instead of 4 bedrooms. So we shouldn't have any issues with him publicizing the way it's going to be rented now for 3 bedrooms. And with the reduction, it allows for 5 parking spots. And if you look at the area, the overall views that are in these photos that have been submitted, 4 cars can fit in the driveway very easily, in my opinion, and a 5th can be put in the constructed driveway, non-paved driveway that they're going to add. Criteria number 3, that it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, and standards of this ordinance. Everything here seems to be in order. Don't have any issues whatsoever. I do believe we should include all of staff comments. The new ones, I believe there was 4 of them. So that's my motion.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay. Okay. I have a second now. Mrs. Sedell, yes. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carried. So congratulations, sir. Your application has been approved. Within the next 10 days, staff will be getting you information to let you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations and good night, sir. Okay. Our next case is BZA 11-24-00821, and Ms. Workin will be presenting that information for us.
Okay. This is another old business case. This is the applicant and property owner, Maurice Reed, is requesting a variance to reduce the required 25-foot rear freshwater wetland setback by 3.1 feet to 21.9 feet at the closest point for a proposed deck at 2007 Surford Court, which is TMS number 286-13-00376 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County.
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
The subject property and adjacent properties are located in the Planned Development PD 73E Hunt Club zoning district. The 0.27 acre subject property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 2020 per Charleston County records. On January 6, 2025, the board heard the applicant's request for a variance to reduce the required 25-foot rear freshwater wetland setback by 5.5 feet to 19.5 feet at the closest point, and that was for a proposed 12 by 26 deck and patio. The BZA voted to defer the request. Since January, the applicant has removed the proposed patio and reduced the length of the deck by 2 feet. So the proposed deck is 10 by 26 feet. In addition, the applicant provided a copy of their ARB approval letter dated January 27, 2025. This is the zoning ordinance requirements. This is the 300-foot radius map, aerial photograph. We posted this property on December 12, 2024 and February 12, 2025. And these are some photographs provided by the applicant. The survey. And then again, we're showing you the comparison between what was submitted in January and what was submitted for March.
Ooh.
And this is the March site plan, the elevation, and the plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 through 4 and 6 and 7. It meets 5, and it meets 5. The board may approve with conditions, or deny the case based on the BZA's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. Or one condition, sorry. The encroachment area shall be limited to the footprint area shown on the submitted site plan. And for this case, we did receive a public comment in support.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Neal?
Yeah, Ms. Working, can you put up the comparison one? I don't see that in my package. I don't, unless I'm missing a page.
I think I
see
did
the
want-
one on the right for the new one, but
Yeah.
I don't see that one. Now,
I don't think I put the old one in the packet.
I was just, can you summarize real quickly what the difference in the overall size of the deck, what it's reduced from?
Yes. So let me see, look at this. Oh gosh, I'm blind.
Thank you, I can't see.
I know. Okay,
Oh, it's
so
gone from 12 to
12 by
10.
26, and if you could see the patio out there, so then they went down to 10 by 26.
And no patio.
And the patio block at the end of the stairs.
Patio's at the end. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else on the right? I don't want to, wait a minute, did you?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, you had a question.
Ms. Working, just one question about the 25-foot wetland buffer setback. That's not part of a restrictive covenant that would have come out of a wetland permit for the project, or is it just part of their PUD for the
It's part of the
zoning?
PUD. It's similar to like a OCRM, which we used to call a critical line setback.
Okay.
Just that it's measured from the wetlands, so they're not disturbing the wetland,
Okay, good deal.
right?
Mr. Jordan, you had a question? Okay, I thought your hand was up, I apologize. Yes,
I
sir.
do have one question. Is this, under this plan unit development, is this considered to be a minor modification, a major, or do we care? And
It's
if
a-
so, does
yes,
it
sir.
affect the entire, if we make a decision, will this affect everyone within the plan unit development or only one
yeah.
individual?
It's minor and it only affects this property
Of course.
for this request. Because even we even got it down to like this footprint.
All right,
So-
thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is applicants present? Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
I'm Maurice Reed, address 2007 Seifert Court, Charleston, South Carolina, 29414.
Please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
When I was here last, the major stumbling block was that the HOA had not reviewed the application at that time. I have since gotten conditional approval from the HOA. One of the conditions that they had also was not only the approval from this board, but also from the Army Corps of Engineers. I've reached out to them as well, and I have just recently received a copy of the original development permit. From my reading of it, I think it'll be okay. From the staff person I talked to, they said that they probably won't want the soil of the buffer zone disturbed, which means I would just have to have the foundations inside the property, which doesn't require a permit. And so, I will get that in writing prior to construction, any construction. The HOA does not require it in writing. They said an email would be sufficient, but I plan to have it in writing.
It would have been nice if you'd had that today.
Well, reaching out to the federal government these days is a real roll of the dice as to who you'll get or if you'll get anyone. But they've been pretty responsive so far, so I'm hopeful that that will come quickly, but it's anyone's guess.
Thank you. Okay. Is that it?
That's
all you
unless
want,
you
Joe?
have questions.
Okay, well, that's what we're going to fire out. Any on my left? We'll start on my left. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Smith.
Will any trees be removed?
No, there are no trees, no shrubs, no bushes. If you'll note the pictures that I presented, there's about a 14-foot clear between the house and where vegetation really begins. And it's been like that for 4 years with really just no growth.
Will there be any protection for the root zone of the trees that are near the deck?
As far as I know, I think the nearest tree will still be from the 10-foot deck length will probably be about 4 or 5 feet away, and the nearest pier would be about 9 feet or 10 feet away from where that tree stands. So I do not expect that the roots would be disturbed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else on my left? Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
I'm just curious, I'm looking at your elevation drawing.
Use your microphone. No one's using it. I can't hear a lot of these questions that are being asked. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Looking at your elevation on here, it shows footer per code, and then you mentioned something about your foundation wouldn't go beyond the setback.
Well, that's as a result of the conversation I had with the Corps of Engineers last week, and it's not reflected in that drawing.
So you'd have piers behind your setback, and then it would hang out over
Correct.
in the 10-foot by 26, 25
Correct.
foot or whatever it is.
My estimate is that there'd be about at the most a 4-foot cantilever of the deck over open air.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Truslow?
I had more of a comment for you and the audience that this seems to demonstrate the success of a deferral. Some of the concerns we have, and I just want to confirm, one of the concerns we had was whether under the planned unit development, whether this was deemed a major or minor modification. We've gotten confirmation now that it's a minor one, so this is something that won't affect it won't act as a precedence for your neighbors, and it's only limited to you. So
Right.
that's a friendly question. You're confirming yes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
by granting extra time, you've satisfied me as to my concerns, and I think the rest of this board.
I'm happy to satisfy you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony today. I appreciate
My pleasure.
you coming
Thank you.
back to us again. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. Therefore, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any additional questions of staff? Any other general discussion? Very good. Then I need a motion to approve or deny. Mr. Truesdale?
I'm pleased to make the motion.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, in case BZA 1124-00821, I move that we grant this variance request for a setback, I think it's 3 feet 1 inch. I would note that and we do this in every case for the audience, we find that there's jurisdiction, there's been proper notice for the community so people could weigh in on this subject. The law in this case is set forth in our ordinance in Charleston County, Zelda Chapter 4, and specifically Ordinance 4.25. We've been satisfied that this is a minor modification. It's not a major one that would affect the entire community. The criteria set forth in Section 3-10-6, 1 through 7, and I'm required to recite the findings for the record in case there were an appeal, which I don't think there will be, given that there's been no objection. Number 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the property. This is it's a 0.27 acre piece of property that borders on a wetland area. An encroachment would occur where a tree had been, but it has now died. Number 2, these conditions don't apply, as has been confirmed, to other properties. It's limited to one person or one tract of property. Because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would prohibit him or unreasonably keep him from utilizing his property in an appropriate manner. He's simply going to put a deck out cantilevered from his home. Number 3, because of the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property, it would unreasonably restrict the utilization. I think I said that. The number 4, authorization of this request would not substantially be to the detriment of the neighboring properties. Number 5, we shouldn't grant a variance, the effect of which would allow the establishment of use not otherwise permitted. This is in a planned unit development. We have the planned unit development has not entered or indicated that they have any objection. The need for the variance is not a result of the applicant's own actions. The rear of the northeastern corner of the house is located 4.9 feet from the rear setback, and I think that speaks for itself. Number 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan for zoning for Charleston County, and therefore I have made this motion. Subject to, and it would be subject to any staff recommendations that might be of record.
You have one.
Sir?
That one criteria?
One criteria.
Second.
All right. I have a motion that is properly moved and second by Mr. Neal. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? It carries. Where did it go? There you go. Okay. So within the next 10 days, your application, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations. Your application has been approved. Good night, sir. Okay.
Working through all of them tonight.
Our next case tonight is case BZA 01-25-00835, and Ms. Working will be administering that case for us as well.
Yep. The applicant and property owner, Demetrius Potts, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property extended home rental in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 428 Rifflin Drive, which is TMS number 34310-00026 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The 0.21 acre property contains a duplex with 4 bedrooms that was constructed in 1953 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 2 of the bedrooms and will provide 6 parking spaces pursuant to the Charleston County zoning and land development regulations ordinance parking requirements. The maximum number of guests allowed will be 4. The property is owner occupied and the owner has rented the property as a limited home rental since June 2020. LHR permits are limited to 72 days in aggregate per calendar year. So this is the updated site plan that shows, it's actually showing 8 parking spots, but they are required to have 6. This is the zoning ordinance requirements for the use, the 300-foot radius map, the aerial map. And we posted this property on February 15th, 2025. This is it's actually a duplex and parking, and then the surrounding properties, Riverland Drive. And again, that's the most up-to-date site plan.
That's the new plat?
It is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it wasn't in our package.
Yeah, because we got it. We got it to you guys on Friday. It was a mistake by staff that they thought it was a SFR. So. Tenant notice, and then the plat. So regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1, 2, and 3. The board may approve of conditions, or deny the request based on the board's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. So these have been updated since the plan has been updated. So 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, this property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And we did receive 1 public comment in opposition. That's in your supplemental packet from Friday.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Neal?
Yeah, just one quick, and so I'd make sure I heard you correctly. Because the site plan has been modified or newly submitted, that's why you reduced the staff recommendations by taking the 1 off for the 6 parking spots.
Correct.
Because it's part of the thing,
Yeah.
even though the original one had 8 or 4.
Yeah, it
whatever
had
was.
4.
That's all I needed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions on my left? Yes, sir.
Do we know how many short-term rentals are in this immediate area?
So this one isn't it's right off of Riverland, not like on the other side of Riverland Terrace, so by the golf course, kind of where they, what is it called? I don't know. But before you get to the intersection of Maybank, there was one, it might be, let's see, it might be this one here. Yeah. But I don't remember having any others down here. So. Good question.
Did you have a follow-up, sir?
We received 1 complaint letter about a specific short-term rental that was nearby. I was just wondering if you could identify that one
Oh, it was
on the map for us as well.
We had an address for the public comment, but not for the,
Yeah. That's, it says on the corner of Riverland Drive
Okay.
and Maxey Street.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's maybe it's this one then. I said this one at first, but it is very close by, just a couple lots down.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? No? Thank you, Ms. Working. Any other questions? Okay. Is the applicant present? Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Demetrius Potts, reside at 428 Riverland Drive.
Please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Appreciate the opportunity. Because this is compatible with the community, it's well suited for responsible short-term rental usage. The short-term rental is professionally managed with clear rules preventing disturbances as listed in the tenant document that you guys have. It's a world-renowned travel destination, and my short-term rental will provide high-quality accommodations for visiting professionals, families, and vacationers who seek an alternative to hotels. It complies with Charleston County regulations and all required steps, meets all setbacks, buffering, parking requirements, ensuring no disruption to the neighborhood or its residents, and will strictly adhere to the maximum occupancy limit set forth, preventing overcrowding and misuse of the property. And as far as the economy, short-term rental will contribute to Charleston's thriving tourism industry, attracting visitors who may not otherwise wish to stay in hotels. Guests staying at the property will support local businesses, including restaurants, retail shops, and recreational activities. In regards to addressing the potential concerns, noise, and as far as noise and parties, there will be absolutely no parties at the residence. And I will enforce the quiet hours, which are 10 through 7 a.m. as per Charleston County Noise Ordinance, Chapter 3, Article 2, Section 343, which prohibits excessive noise up to plainly audible up to 500 feet off the property line. However, in my tenant document that I have for the instructions for the tenants, that ends at 6 o'clock. I live upstairs as well, so I do not like loud noise going on throughout the neighborhood. In addition to my management of the property, I also have a local property manager who will oversee routine upkeep and landscaping, as well as exterior cameras to make sure that all guests are properly behaving and following the guidelines. That's it.
Is that it, sir?
Yes.
What's the name of the management company that you're using again?
Short stay or low country rentals.
Okay. And so you've been using them in the past, or?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you tell us about your experience with them thus far?
They do make appearances throughout the neighborhood to make sure that the proper number of guests are in the property. They also, are very prompt to address any concerns by any of the tenants who stay at the property. We haven't had any issues, so it would be hard to say, if there's anything other than that worth noting.
Okay. Why don't you tell us about the complaint that we received? Are you aware of that, first of all?
I am. In regards to that complaint, I believe it was there were already too many short-term rentals. As you've already stated, there's one off of that corner that they addressed specifically. I went and ran the numbers for the audible. They said that there was the sound of a car door closing is kind of a disturbance throughout the neighborhood. My property is located at approximately 150 feet from their property, and there is a fence between their property and my property. I will also be having a double-sided privacy fence installed, which will reduce the sound even further.
So this is something that you're going to install when?
I'm going to install that probably within the month. So I wanted to wait for the meeting before going forward with that installation.
I think we'll help you with that as far as conditions.
As far as the traffic congestion, I believe they mentioned that there's already a lot of traffic congestion. As you all know, that intersection of Riverland and Maybank is heavily congested and loud on its own. The reason I added 8 parking spaces is to simply show that I have extra space, just to show that I have extra space. However, there shouldn't be a need for any more than 6 with two bedrooms and 4 guests.
Anybody on my right? Anyone on my left? Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Potts, I'll just make one statement. I greatly appreciate that you actually put the amount of the fine from the Charleston County ordinance, noise ordinance in your tenant notice.
Yes,
I
sir.
think that'll get a lot of people's attention.
1,087.
Ms. Smith, you had a question? No. Okay. All right. All right. I don't think we have any other questions for you at this time. Thank you so very much. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. Then this case is closed to the public. Board members, at this time, do we have any general questions of staff? Okay. Therefore, I need a motion to either approve or deny. Yes, sir. I saw your hand first. Well, you know what? I think you've had a chance. Let me send it down there. Let's send it down here to him.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
In the case, the BZA 0125000835, I move that we approve this application for short-term rental. I find that it meets all three criteria for short-term rental. It is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and doesn't adversely affect the general welfare or the character of the immediate vicinity. The applicant has indicated his awareness of the need to keep noise down. He lives on the property. This is a duplex and is there to address issues. In addition to that, he has an agent that is available 24/7 to make sure that the character of the neighborhood is not disturbed. Adequate provision has been made to protect adjacent properties. He talked about there's landscaping and fencing. He's talked about erecting a privacy fence, and I will make that a condition that be part of, that he goes ahead with that as part of this motion. And it complies with applicable rules, regulations, and standards of the ordinance. And we heard Mr. Nelson comment on the fact that he actually posted the amount of the fine to make his tenants aware of that. This motion is contingent on that he meets the four conditions set by staff, and also that he erects the privacy fence that he mentioned in his testimony.
What type of fence? 6 foot?
I don't think he mentioned the amount of the height of the fence, but I think 8 foot seems.
No. 6.
I think 4 feet, 5 feet would be sufficient for this purpose.
Thank you. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion that has been properly moved and second. Any general discussion?
Can I just,
Mr. Brown?
is he limited only to 4 or 5 feet, or could he go taller if he so chooses? I don't want to limit him.
Why don't you put a minimum? Just put a
I
minimum.
say minimum.
I would probably say, yeah, at least 4 to 5 feet. And then that way, if they want to do more, it's when you get above 8 and above that it requires the building permit. So so we can put 4 to 5, at least 4 to 5, but that means you could elect to have a 6-foot fence.
Okay.
Okay. So there's clarity in that. Okay. Good. Any other general discussion? Okay. We have a motion that has been properly moved and second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Mr. Potts, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from our staff letting you know the next step in the process. Once again, congratulations and good night, sir. Very good. Our next case tonight is case BZA, that's 01-25003836. A little dyslexia tonight, I guess.
No worries. The applicant, Emily Peters, and the property owner, John Peters of JAP Holdings LLC, are requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property, extended home rental, in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 1632 Dogwood Road, which is TMS number 35303000067 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The property is approximately 0.36 acres and contains a single-family residence with 3 bedrooms that was constructed in 1960 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 2 bedrooms and will provide 4 parking spots pursuant to the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance parking requirements. The maximum number of guests allowed will be 6. The property is not owner occupied. Therefore, the property is not eligible for a limited home rental. This is the ordinance requirements, the 300-foot radius map, a zoomed in aerial, zoomed out aerial. And this is the property. We posted the property on February 12th, 2025. This is the home and the parking for the home. Surrounding properties and Dogwood Road. Site plan again, the tenant notice, and the plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 through 3, and the board may approve approval conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, this property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And we did receive 5 public comments of opposition that were sent to you on Friday.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Working, one of the public comments that were against it was the address of 1628 Dogwood. I wonder if you could pull up the aerial and if we could ascertain which property. I would imagine it's next door, but I'm trying to understand if it's left or right on Dogwood. If we have an idea. I was looking at the aerial, but I'll take either one.
That's a look up. You said 1632, right?
Yeah, 1632 is the application, and the one public comment that I saw that had an address was 1628.
Is there a TMS number with that?
That's what I'm looking up.
Yeah,
I didn't pull that up yet.
Yeah.
1628.
And then I'm sure the applicant will mention whether they've had conversations with this person down the road, but that's not for staff. Looking at the aerial, I'm trying to see where the house is on this property. There's so much treeage, if that's a word. The canopies must be healthy trees.
So that, so you said 1628, correct?
1628 was one of the public comments. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so that one ends in 066.
Which one?
066. It's
Okay,
adjacent.
so it's to the right.
Yes.
So if we look at can you pull up the aerial for me? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the extra time. So the aerial, yeah. Oh, that's a different aerial than one okay, so trying to see where the house is on that. It looks like there's a big tree in the middle of 1628. Closer to the front. Oh, that's the driveway. I see it. Okay, thank you. I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, you sure?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present?
Hello, I'm John Peters. I'm the owner of 1632 Dogwood Road.
I live at 1664 East Ashley Avenue, Folly Beach. And I'm here today for the short-term rental license. My daughter and I bought the property early last year. And at the time, probably made a rash decision there. And but at the time, if you didn't move fast, you didn't really you couldn't buy a property. And so we bought it not with really a clear understanding of what we wanted to do with the property at first. As we designed or redesigned the structure of the house and the layout, we reduced it from a 3-bedroom, 1-bath to a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And thinking that we would attract traveling nurses or traveling professionals. So that was the goal in the beginning. And as construction went along, we found out that the hospital that's close by, Roper St. Francis, put a pause on hiring any short or travel nurses. So my luck, of course, my timing is perfect always. And so we kind of had to rethink it. We thought, well, let's do a long-term rental on it. I mean, I really like the property. It's beautiful. The backyard has grand oaks and a giant canopy. Now, when we bought the property, the reason why you can't see the house is because there was so many oak trees grown into the front porch. The house had been not taken very well care of. The lady was elderly, passed away. Her grandkids, I think, took it over and did not maintain it very well. So as you see in the newer picture where they posted the sign, you can see all those trees have been removed. We cleaned it up. We even had neighbors or people that drove up and said, gosh, thanks for cleaning up that house. The neighborhood looks much nicer now. So, we felt good about that. We invested too much money into it, honestly. We thought about reselling it. We would barely make our money if we make our money back on it. So our idea was to possibly long-term rent it, but it's now a 2-bedroom, so I can't get quite as much money for it to even cover the mortgage payment on it now. And so the idea was, all right, well, maybe we keep it as a professional rental and supplement it with some short-term rentals. I am a broker, real estate broker, and a contractor. And I do have a short-term rental now that I've been managing for 8 years, own and manage. And I've never had a complaint, thank God. Hopefully this doesn't jinx that. And but I take good care of my properties, and I'm always available. My business is in West Ashley, which is a plumbing service business, but we do a range of things, heating and air, general repairs. So we're always available. We're 7 days a week. So always somebody will be available if something goes wrong at the property. My daughter, she wants to learn how to manage property, and so I thought this might be a good avenue for her to eventually work into that business. And so she will also be watching the property along with me. And so we renovated the property. We re-poured the driveway. We reduced the number of bedrooms in the house. We cleaned up the yard, the property, made it much nicer. So we're here today to ask for a short-term rental license. So hopefully that will offset our expenses on the property. I don't expect to make a lot of money on that property, but I would like to keep it. I love it. If I could talk my wife into moving there, we would move there, and because it really has beautiful trees, and we would like to keep the property, and hopefully pass it down to our daughter. So.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Let me see if any board member has a question for you at all. I'll start on my left. No? Then on my right? Yes, sir.
Mr. Peters, thank you for your comments. Sorry. Mr. Peters, thank you for your comments.
I wonder if you've talked to any neighbors about your plans to put this into short-term rental, as a short-term rental property, and if you addressed any concerns that they have in terms of?
I have not. I'm sorry.
have not.
I did talk to Joshua across the street. He's here tonight. But I didn't talk to him about short-term rental. Original plan was to do a travel professional rental. But I've advertised it for 6 months and have got nothing. Everybody wants downtown Charleston. So it's really put us in a pickle.
Okay, so if you haven't done that, would you be willing to contact each one of them and give them your contact information in case there's some problem?
Absolutely.
With the people who you rent to?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Yep.
Any more questions on my right? Well, I thank you, sir, for your testimony today.
Can I make one more comment?
You may, yes.
Okay, all right. So I'm careful who I rent to. I mean, you're limited on what information you get from short-term rentals, but I do try to qualify them. I don't do parties. You know, we get requests for bachelorette parties and all that. No, we don't do any of that. We try to just pull in families. So there may be some children in the yard, but other than that, we don't do parties and all that kind of thing.
That's good. What platform will you be using again?
I use Airbnb and VRBO.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And it appears to me that you've done a really lovely job on your transformation of this house. It looks really nice, and
Thank
I
you,
hope
sir.
that this young lady beside you will try to get the real estate fever too, and probably get her license, I guess, and
I appreciate
get into
it.
it as
All right.
well.
Thank you,
But
sir.
that's good. But thank you so very much for your
Thank you.
testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Yes, ma'am. Now, you may need to pull that mic down just a little because we want to hear every word you have to say.
I forgot. I couldn't hear you guys. My case is number 3, 2060 River Road, and they are requesting a variance of a 25-foot ingress and egress.
Okay. So hold
easement.
on. You,
Okay.
so we're not at your case yet.
I'm sorry.
We're not at your case at this moment.
Oh, my case is
Yes, ma'am. We're
25837.
yes, ma'am. We'll get to you in just a few minutes.
I'm sorry.
We will get to you in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Kyle, please tell her what I just said.
This one here. Yeah. Let's see. Am I too late? Am I too late for this one?
So while we're doing that, do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
Before me.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application?
Not yet. Oh,
Yes, sir.
how do I know?
Cal, just bring her over from the podium, please.
My name is Joshua Giordano Solomon. I live at 1631 Dogwood Road. I've lived in Dogwood Gardens neighborhood in Pierpont for over 10 years now. And I've done a lot of background research on Mr. Peters, on what's going on across the street, because the way it affects myself, my family, and my neighbors. I'm not coming here with that tonight. I'm going to come here and express 3 points, and hopefully after those 3 points, it'll be a clear-cut case to oppose this short-term rental.
All right, so let me help us identify which, that map there.
I
Please
live
help.
right across the street from the shaded area. So if you look on that map, it's 020, right across the street.
Okay, thank you.
All
We
right.
just wanted to get that point of reference. At least I did. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
And I could have came here with a petition. I've spoken to numerous of my neighbors. None of us want this short-term rental in our neighborhood. And if I got to come back with a petition with at least 50 names, I will. Okay? This neighborhood that we've moved in for 10 years, we're younger people. Everybody that's moving into the neighborhood, these are first-time buyers. We're starting our families. We're professionals. There's no chaos in our neighborhood. We don't have issues. And these are investments that we're making ourselves. And for our generation, these investments are really, 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 really big out of our own pockets that we've earned ourselves. One thing that really needs to be considered with this property, there's no accountability that Mr. Peters, Airbnb, I don't care who it is, can provide who gets to rent that place. All right, and I'll explain that a little bit more. But within 300 feet, you have 5 children under the age of 10. Within 500 feet, you have 2 historical bus stops, one at Till and Dogwood, and one at Pierpoint and Dogwood. Okay? Down the road, you have Dogwood Park, where numerous children are there every single day. And you have multiple other children in that area. There's no accountability to who can rent that house out and what they're doing. And it is not, this is a family neighborhood, okay?
Okay, so I hate to stop you, but at this time, you're out of time. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll see if any board member has a question for you, and that way, if you have another point that you want to, have another point that you want to get through, maybe they can pull it out of you, okay? So Mr. Jordan has a question for you, okay?
Yes.
And then you can carry that along.
Right.
I have 2 questions. You say you could get a petition of 50 more names, right?
Right.
Okay, but
Speaking to the mic, please.
I'm sure the staff told you this is the hearing tonight, and the fact of the matter is you didn't bring a petition.
Well, it's common sense as far as I'm concerned, as far as the degradation to our community in our neighborhood.
Second of all,
this is a domino effect. The house on the other side of Mr. Bob, my neighbor, they say that they're going to put it on the market, but they already have a portfolio of Airbnbs. He has a portfolio of Airbnbs. That's all this is. All right? I was told, well, we're going to get a 6-month lease. It's not a big deal. He never talked to communicate with me after that. So, what's your next question, sir?
my next question is, in this particular case, what did you mean when you used the word chaos? What is your definition of chaos?
We don't have high crime. The most crime in this neighborhood is on Razorback Lane, which is in the city of Charleston, and further down in a low apartment area, and down at Oasis. They're all in the city of Charleston. I live in the public service district. We don't have crime because we're neighbors and we look after each other. And we really don't tolerate it.
Well, what's that got to do regarding this application?
Because this is creating an opportunity for elements outside of our neighborhood to come in and do things that are criminal.
Such as?
Oh, my goodness. How are we going to stop sex offenders? What's the accountability there? How are we going to stop the cartels from bringing in fentanyl or methamphetamines?
Oh, okay, so let me, okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions?
I just have one quick one.
Yes,
for the
please.
applicant. Are you aware of let me back that up. Of all the houses in your community, are they all 100% owned by families, or any of them
Yes.
rentals?
Every single house besides their house now is owned by a family. Everything around us.
Owner occupied?
Owner occupied.
Every single property?
Every single one.
Nobody's renting anything out whatsoever?
Nope.
So if there was,
hold on.
let me finish.
Okay.
Since the application that we have for here is for Airbnb, short-term rental, I believe earlier the applicant mentioned that he was going to do it for nurses that were traveling. Does that meet that's okay for you?
That's what he told me originally. But
Well, I just asked you, is that
Right.
okay? Would that be okay with you? In your interpretation of what's safe in the neighborhood?
He just wants the approval.
I asked you that question, sir.
I don't believe him.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anyone else on my right have a question? My left? Ms. Smith? Yes, sir.
I just had, you made one, you said you had 3 points. You made one, small children in the neighborhood. The second point was crime, concern about crime. Did you have a third point? If you can say very succinctly what that would be?
I mentioned that I'm also made an investment in in our property. And I didn't get into how that affects that. I didn't bring a bunch of literature because I figured those 3 points would be enough.
Okay, so you mean the impact on property values that you made. Okay, thank you.
And quality of life.
Okay.
I don't have anything. Any other questions?
Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Very good. So at this time, sir, where are you? Where is he? Okay. Yes, I'm sorry, I can't see from the podium. You have the right of rebuttal, okay, at this time. So you can address the concerns that he has, please, sir. To the board, please.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand, you know, it's a nice community, and, I mean, that's one reason I would like to live there. I think it's a great community, and seems like everybody does look out for each other. So he's right about that. Am I going to be careful who I rent to? Absolutely, just like I do on my other vacation rental. And I only have one. I don't have 10 or, you know, like what was implied. But I'm careful with it. I don't do what they call instant booking, because I want to communicate with that tenant prior to them booking the property. I want to find out why they're coming to Charleston, you know, what their plans are. I mean, they could easily lie to me, of course. Airbnb and VRBO, they do some background checks. I mean, I don't think it's extensive like an FBI check or anything like that, but they only, in fact, I only allow people or tenants that have a record of renting other rentals and have a good record of that. First-time rentals don't come to me. I don't allow that. So is there a way for them to get through without me knowing and it's a bad tenant? Yes, of course. But hopefully I'm available. I will make sure that there's not a problem, and if there is, I'll take care of it. I was born and raised in Charleston. I love this city, and I want to take care of it. I didn't really want to do a short-term rental there. I did want to do professional rental, and but that's not quite working out the way I'd hoped.
Okay. Any other questions on my left? Yeah.
I just have
Oh,
one.
okay, let me start here.
Yeah.
Do you know if there are any other short-term rentals in the area, or is this the only one?
My daughter did some research on that. She found 8, but they're not hard. They're not easy to find, really. The only way we are able to do that is to look on Airbnb and find the ones that are listed there. But not all properties are listed. Not all short-term rentals are listed on Airbnb. Some are on VRBO. Some are listed on Booking.com. I mean, there's others, but we found 8.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
A lot of times, these short-term rentals, it's helpful for the owners, whether they're living on, for the owners that are not living on site, to publicize their email, any questions, any disturbances. I think it'd be good to have some type of signage on the property somewhere, so that neighbors or whoever that are getting disturbed can send an email or something like that. So I would highly recommend, if this gets approved, that you have that publicized, so they don't have to look around, because then this is just going to escalate really more. So I would advise you to do something like that. It would be very helpful. And I would reach out to your neighbors and things like that as much as you can.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I have another question for you.
Okay.
I think to add to what Mr. Neal is saying, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but the permits for short-term rentals are renewable annually, correct? And so if there were a lot of issues with your particular rental and the neighbors had specific issues that were addressed by county staff, there would be a chance to not renew the permit a year from now. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, and I know that, so I'm gonna make sure that it's taken good care of. So.
Thank you so very much for your
Thank you, sir.
testimony tonight. Good. Okay. Well, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any discussion? Very good. At this time, can I please get a motion to approve or deny this application? Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve this application for a special exception to establish a short-term rental extended home rental. Jurisdiction is proper. Notice has been given. I'm mindful and thankful and appreciative that someone's taken their time to come share with us objections or concerns that that he may have. Nonetheless, we can't substitute our personal feelings for application of the law. We've got to follow the law. If you live near a golf course, no pun intended, but we got to play them as they lie, applying the law to this case. The law in this case is governed by ordinance in Charleston County Ordinance Chapter 6, Article 1.1 and 1.1.3. There's a table that we use to address the issues that are involved in this case. Specific conditions are set forth in Article 6.8 and all the other regulations. This matter has been thoroughly investigated and vetted. I would find and conclude that under the applicable laws set forth in Section 6.8.2C1, and we have to go through all of these each time because if there were an appeal, we need to explain what we're doing and why. First is compatibility. The proposed short-term rental is compatible with uses in the vicinity, it's not shown to adversely affect the general welfare or condition of the immediate community. If there were, I think as one of my colleagues said, there was an opportunity to bring in a petition and voice objections. Number two, there's been an adequate provision, and it's very well presented, an adequate provision has been made or exists for items such as setbacks, buffering, fencing, landscaping, to protect adjacent properties, and to protect them against possible adverse influences. It's not perfect, but I understand that there's a vetting process that is followed for whomever may rent this property. We're aware of the factors such as noise, traffic condition, trash, parking, pickup, and factors that have been vetted and investigated by staff. Number three, question is whether this complies with the applicable rules, and this is, I think, where we are. Does it comply with the applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of Charleston County? I'm persuaded that it does. I would make my motion and have as a part of that the conditions that have been recommended by staff that I think are important. Prior to the zoning approval, the permit approval, the applicant shall complete the limited site plan review process. And again, if there's a problem that's experienced, the applicant would be subject to having their permit withdrawn. The use shall comply with all the requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days per year. And the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance and standard behavior practices. So that's my motion. And I don't have anything to add, I don't think, at this time.
Do I have a second? Do I? All right, Mr. Nelson, we have a second. Any general discussion? Very good.
Excuse me, Mr. Ray, who seconded it?
Mr. Nelson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? Very good, it carries. Where is he again? Okay, there you go. So congratulations, sir. Your application has been approved within 10 days. Staff will be contacting you, letting you know the next steps in your process. Congratulations to both of you. Good night. Okay. Board, after this one, we'll have a short recess, okay? Okay. Our next case is BZA 01-25-00832nd 7. Ms. Working will be taking that one for us as well.
Sure. The applicant are Chamberlain Chestnut of RCC Properties and Michael O'Laughlin of MJO Enterprises LLC, represented by Andy Bajewski, yeah, I think that's right. Sorry. PE of Barrier Island Engineering Consultants are requesting a variance for a 25-foot wide ingress-egress easement to encroach within a restricted area 3 times the DBH critical root zone of a 54-inch DBH grand live oak tree for a proposed 4-lot subdivision at 2060 River Road, which is TMS number 34500000061 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the north are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. Adjacent properties to the northwest are along River Road are located in the community commercial CC zoning district. The adjacent property to the south is located in the rural residential RR zoning district. The subject property contains 3 legal nonconforming manufactured homes that were permitted in 1986. This is the zoning ordinance requirement, the 300-foot radius map, the aerial zoomed out. We posted the property on February 12th, 2025. This is a photograph of the 54-inch DBH live oak. It's a grade B. And again, the request is to encroach the tree. And then, let's see. Yeah, some more pictures. The same tree, right? Yeah. A couple more pictures, different angles. Subject property, this is the preliminary plat showing the 4 lots, the site plan, and then this is the tree encroachment plan, a road profile, and the plat. So regarding the approval criteria, we stated it may meet 1, it may meet 2. For 3, we stated that the property can be used as it currently being using for 3 legal nonconforming manufactured homes, or they can be removed and they would be eligible for a single-family home and a accessory dwelling unit. For 4, we stated that the tree most likely will not survive construction of the road or the construction from the traffic when the 4 houses are built. 5, we said it meets the criteria. 6, we said it does not meet, again, because it can be, property can still be used. And 7, again, the arborist's opinion is that it's not going to survive, so that's where we're coming. Okay. So the board may approve conditions, or deny the request based on the board's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. If the 54-inch DBH live oak tree dies within up to 3 years from the date the structure is permitted, the applicant shall mitigate the DBH of the tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inches in caliper, equaling inch-per-inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in Section 926 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. Or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. 2, the road shall be constructed using pervious materials as approved by the county arborist. 3, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to Section 924 of ZELDAR. And 4, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree restoration plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction. And for this case, we did receive 2 public comments and 1 public comment in opposition.
Okay, do we have? Yes, sir. I can't help but to see you first.
Sorry.
He's sitting in the prime spot.
I mean, a lot of these questions might be for the applicant, but I don't know if they've gone over any information with staff on this yet. I'm really trying to understand the road. You said pervious, so are we digging down to put the gravel or something like that on top of it? Is there any drainage that's going to go through this? And is there any tree wells or anything like that that need to be around this, this tree base? Because, I mean, it looks like we're just basically driving right next to the tree. I mean, I don't see how this tree survives at all.
That's what he stated.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I mean,
Yeah, the amount of root damage and compaction that would occur is substantial.
Yeah.
Trees, the older they get, the less it takes to kill them.
yeah, I mean, so why aren't they asking? Well, the question was it brought up with staff to just remove the tree, or are they just trying to salvage it first?
I think they were trying to salvage it first.
Okay, I'll hold my questions for the applicant then. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any more questions? Mr. Brown, you had a question?
Are we going in order, or is it just?
Yeah, well, I'm looking that way. I'm going to get to this left side.
Okay. Are there any limiting reasons as far as county is concerned where what I'll call a curb cut, where the road ingress is off of River Road and where it's located? Can it be, is this the only option of where to put this road?
Yeah, so looking at the property, it is pretty narrow where, I got to go back to the map, sorry.
Some flagship, too.
Yeah, so that's really it.
Okay.
It's right there at the entrance.
All right, I couldn't tell it on our site plan that we're looking at, but I can see that now. Okay.
Mr. Jordan?
Maybe this is a variation of what you just asked, but I'd like to ask our tree experts, do you see any other options how to do this without tearing that tree down? You've been there, I assume. I hadn't.
I've been there twice. There's not much of a way to limit the compaction to that soil of cars every day. The roots are going to buckle and break. I know that it was used previously as residence, but it definitely wasn't for residences there.
So
Driving
there's
in and out
no
every
other
day.
way they could do their project without that tree?
Correct.
So that's what you say.
Right, and when drawing the scale, the actual trunk of the tree, the road is 2 feet in the trunk.
How old do you think that tree is?
I would say between 150 and 200 years old.
Thank you.
Okay. You had a question? You, sir.
Misworking, I was just kind of thinking about this in terms of if an applicant were to put a single-family residence there and they had to put a driveway in, would that require a variance as well?
Kyle? For one resident? Would you require a variance? Yeah.
I mean, would it depend upon whether or not they're actually putting a cement driveway down or gravel driveway, or just leaving it alone?
Gravel would be preferable, or it's not something that it doesn't require digging down to excavate and then backfill with harder material. That would be preferable. It was legal non-conforming for a long time, but if they're going to change the amount of traffic over that site, then it definitely needs to go through a review.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have three questions, I think. First, I think I know, but exactly what are three non-conforming manufactured homes? Is that based on the date of 1986?
Right, so now you could have, in R4, it's conditional use, so it would just depend if we would approve it, depending on what's surrounding in the area, like a 25, within the radius. But we are only allowed to approve one manufactured home and one, it could be, the ADU can be a manufactured home. One just has to be smaller.
So
Right now, you could only probably get two, not three.
I understand the proposal is to put 4 homes in where there were 3. Have the 3 outlived their useful life?
That's a good question. I don't know, and I don't have particular photos of the homes. It's possible.
Next question, I would say that somewhat different than my colleague, but I would ask you with, do you know why the applicant hasn't alternatively applied to remove the tree and mitigate with more trees? Often it's said that less can be more. If they have to take it down, they're going to have to plant a whole lot of trees to replace it. And in conjunction with that, we just did our continuing education. If we deny this today, can't they just come back tomorrow and reapply
To remove the
to
tree?
cut down the tree?
Yeah, they could, yeah.
All right, so what they're doing is, as I'm hearing it, they're going to try to save the tree. If they can't, they've got to agree that if it dies, they're going to have to replace it.
Right, the three, that's our recommended condition number one.
Okay, well, I think that's a very good one. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we need to hear from the applicant at this time. Okay? Thank you so very much, Ms. Working. Okay, is the applicant's there at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Chip Wyatt. I am with Barrier Island Engineering, and I'm here with the applicant. I'm going to speak first, and thank you for your time. I want to bring up a couple points. Y'all brought excellent questions up. I'll start with the tree removal. One, this is an old historic tree. We always like to try to keep those when possible. However, the major obstacle that's preventing us from proposing to remove this tree, it's not actually on our property. It's on the adjacent property. It's just the canopy encroachment onto our property. So we're limited to about 22 feet at the River Road frontage. There's an existing non-standard DOT curb cut that serves 3 non-conforming mobile homes that have been in since '86 that are falling apart. You got 40-year-old septic systems in there. So if we were to go back, I guess, to 3 lots, we feel that the traffic generated by 3 lots is not that much more significant than 4. And that no matter what you do to access this property, you're going to have that tree encroachment. So if we were to remove the decrepit trailers, we would have to have a contractor come bring the new trailers in and also build the septic, which we believe that construction traffic also is going to have some adverse effect. I'm actually going to skip ahead a little bit to the special conditions because we wholeheartedly support the special conditions. They actually align with what we are looking to do here. The road, we presented it initially as gravel. Public Works, however, came back and said it needs to be county secondary and then made the comment for us to please pave it. We would love to keep it gravel for 2 reasons. 1, for the health of the tree, and 2, to help preserve or try to preserve that kind of rural feel of that part of Johns Island. I think next I'd like to touch on the comprehensive plan. This is my interpretation of it. So I apologize if this is incorrect, but it looks like this site is within the urban growth boundary, and it looks like it's slated for 40 units per acre as a part of that comprehensive plan. What we currently have proposed is that single-family detached. We, however, are proposing 2 units per acre, so a little bit less density than what is called for in the comprehensive plan. I think I'm just kind of going through these criteria here. I think just again, as far as the lots, the difference between 4 lots and 3 lots, we feel like both would have about the same negative impact on that tree. And again, we cannot access our property at all, no matter the use, without encroaching into that canopy. And again, it would give us a little bit more leeway if that tree was on our property to maybe remove. But going back to the special conditions, we would actually love to do pervious. That's what we had originally envisioned for this development. The tree barricades, we're very familiar with how those need to be done, and we wholeheartedly support any extra means of protection for that tree to try to save it. And then lastly, if the tree does end up dying, we wholeheartedly support the 2.5 to 1 mitigation. I think what was mentioned there to mitigate that tree. Part of the charm of this area of town, and I think some of the selling point for the client, is to have those big grand oaks that are on Johns Island. So the grand oak is not necessarily a challenge unique to this property. However, the grand oak offsite coupled with the 22 feet of lot frontage we feel is a significant challenge to access this site. And with that, I'll let the applicant add anything, and then I will be happy to answer any questions.
So
Can I ask
hold
a
on,
question?
hold on,
Don't go nowhere.
hold on. So let's see if any of these board members have questions for him. I'm going to start with Mr. Jordan here on my left, okay?
So am I hearing you correctly that tonight's issue is not taking the tree down?
We'd love to keep the tree. Again, we'd love to keep it. We cannot legally remove it because it's not on our property.
That's my next question. Whoever does own this tree, have you talked to them about this and got their suggestions? Or
I have not
input?
personally. No, sir, we have not.
Don't you think you should have, knowing this is coming up tonight?
Well, generally speaking, we feel like the attitude has been trying to preserve grand trees, especially on Johns Island. So our goal was to try to save that tree.
But wouldn't it have been nice if you had talked to them and they'd be here tonight supporting you?
Certainly. Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions on my left? Ms. Smith? No? Okay, I'm trying to learn you and read you. Okay, go ahead.
Was it Mr. Wyatt? Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Mr. Wyatt, what type of pervious surface would you propose to use, or did you propose to use for the road?
We originally proposed number 57 granite.
But you wouldn't be opposed to shell sand or anything like that?
No, sir, we would not. We would not want to do slag. I don't think anybody would want us to do slag, but we'd not be opposed to something a little bit more decorative, or the shell sand to help promote that infiltration.
All right, and what part of Charleston County staff steered you away from pervious to impervious?
The Public Works, for minor subdivisions, these days we are required to provide, meet the same standards as county secondary roads, which requires a 50-foot right-of-way and a shoulder. In most cases, we're asked to pave these, and in this particular case, we get a comment from Public Works requesting the road to be paved.
Okay, all right, thank you. I may follow up with staff some more on that when we get to that part.
Okay. Any on my right? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Oh, well, I'm sorry, was it me? Go.
No, you were the only one.
Okay. Mr. Wyatt, so one of the criteria for zoning variance approvals is, and I'm sure you're familiar with, of the 7, is number 6. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. I don't know the history of this property, so I might need you to explain to me a little bit, because right now, my opinion is you're causing your own problem here, especially taking it from 3 units to 4 units. But I'm trying to understand what was said earlier by staff when they said it was 3 non-conforming lots or pads for the mobile homes. Did your applicant buy this property and is developing it into 4 home sites, or is it going to stay the mobile home sites? Educate me a little bit more, because all of these questions seem to be going towards you're asking us for a variance based on a project you're trying to do for yourself. And I understand a little bit more now of trying to save the tree, but I don't think there's anybody in this room that doesn't realize that the tree's going to die. So educate me on why this isn't your own making here.
So I guess what I would say there is that the 3 non-conforming lots there, again, are not in functioning order there. So I'm not sure. This may be a question that I need to circle back up with planning and zoning, is could we even come back with that same like use currently, or would it require upgrades that would again?
Well, that's why I'm bringing up the question, because what you're presenting to us tonight is a new use, or excuse me, a new plan that has 4 lots on it that right now the tree is alive. It's in a grade B condition, but if we don't do anything else, it stays in grade B condition and lives another day. And because I would vote that this is you're taking your own actions, I wouldn't say it meets criteria number 6, and then I would vote for it down. However, anybody else does is up to them. But right now, you're asking us for this plan, and I just don't understand anything else how to get me past that.
Okay. I'll do my best here. I guess the way that I'm thinking about it is, let's say we try to keep it at its same use but make it habitable. So keep it 3 structures on a non-conforming lot. We'll still have vehicular traffic associated with 3 lots over that tree, and you'll still have vehicular traffic associated with the construction of the new mobile home. So in order to use that property for really any residential use with a appropriate habitable structure, we feel like there would be encroachment and construction traffic down that road.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown, you had a question, sir?
It's more for staff.
Okay. Okay. I didn't want to hold you out. Okay. All right. Any other questions for this applicant? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Sir, you had a comment you wanted to make? Yes. The applicant? Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
My name is Chamberlain Chestnut. My address is 183 3rd Avenue, Charleston, South Carolina, 29403. I am not the property owner. I am the applicant. The property owner is out of town. He purchased this site in order to do a small little infill development on. Currently, there are 3 mobile homes. They have been there for approximately 40 years. There has been vehicular traffic to those 3 mobile homes for approximately 30 years of its life, and that tree has not died from the result of that traffic. We do not want to do paving, which is asphalt paving that we would have to do on that road. We would love to do, I believe you mentioned sand shell or some sort of other nice feature. That would be a fabulous idea for the site if Public Works would agree to that, because it would protect that tree as well. But I just want to make it clear that at anything that we do to the site, whether it's 1 home, 3 homes, 50 homes, there will always be vehicular traffic going up and down that road that has been for almost 30 years. Like I said, we do have the ability to do 8 single-family homes in the current zoning. We were only planning on doing 4 single-family, cute little 1,500-square-foot homes in order to fit in better with the surrounding environment in the area. And we don't believe that this one extra house would impact the tree, because I could go fix up and repair those 3 mobile homes now as is and still have kind of that same traffic going back inside. I would hire Charleston tree experts to come out and do a tree preservation plan that includes air spading, tree root, and regular root injections to further protect the tree. But unfortunately, the tree is not on our site in order for us to ask you to mitigate that tree in order to have it removed.
Okay. I just have an alarming question. Why did you not talk with the owner of that adjacent property?
Thank you.
We have not talked to them yet because the vehicle traffic basically has not changed. I mean, nothing was going to change at all on that tree.
But that's the whole crux of your application, is the tree. That's why we're here.
Right.
So, okay. You said you didn't. Okay. Mr. Jordan?
Well, my version of what you just said is what I already asked. Don't you think it'd make some difference to your favor if you to talk to the people? If you was in, wouldn't you want somebody to talk to you about you doing something regarding your tree? And I think it's a PR disaster on your part.
Yeah, sorry, I'm jumping in there.
Make a motion to defer the application for right now.
Okay.
I have a follow-up.
Go ahead. I want to go to Mr. Brown because I heard your request.
Yes,
I
sir.
want to acknowledge that. I
Yes,
heard
sir.
your request.
Well, my question ties into not talking to the owner of the tree, and we're talking about doing something that might kill somebody else's tree.
150-year-old tree.
Yeah, who then is responsible? If he owns the tree and the tree dies, and it's on his property and it's his tree, is there some legal thing to make him now responsible for
Mr. Hughes is going to answer that
mitigation?
question for you.
Yes, he would be responsible for damages to his neighbor's tree. But I think the board needs to acknowledge that if the applicant was serious, he just asked for a deferment. So you need to respond to his deferment rather than go on.
Answering questions.
That request is to go and talk to the neighbors about the tree.
Okay. Board members, we have a request for deferment. I need
I make a motion to approve for deferment.
I also need a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
And any of those opposed? You have 2 opposed? Okay. The 2, Nelson and Neal. So it carries still.
Did you get everyone? Did everyone vote?
Yes. You only had 2 opposed.
Yeah, I'll say mostly I oppose because I wanted some more information before we close this matter for tonight, but we'll hear it another time. That's fine.
We're not going to drag this on.
Yeah. Okay. So your request for deferral has been approved. So within 10 days, you'll be getting information from our staff, letting you know the next steps in the process.
Yes,
Okay?
sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 10-minute recess. So let's be back here 5 minutes after.
Mr. Jordan
Thank you.
seconded it, right? Mr. Jordan was the second.
Just go get an easement from the guy.
Yeah.
That was her tree?
Yeah, she owns the property next door.
Oh, that was her? That was her tree?
Yeah.
Oh, the older lady that was.
Yeah, I used to own a property next door to her. She's a interesting individual.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, at this time, we're going to get started. This next case that we will have is case BZA 01-25-00838, and Ms. Workin will be administering that application as well.
Okay. The applicant and property owner, Adam Steen of Steen Properties LLC, represented by Thomas M. Durant, P.E. of Empire Engineering LLC, are requesting a variance to waive the required 35-foot Type E right-of-way buffer along Savannah Highway and to waive the required 15-foot Type B land use buffer for existing gravel and chain link fence to remain and to add new gravel and chain link fence in the right-of-way buffer west of the easement at 7634 Savannah Highway, which is TMS number 121000048 in the St. Paul's area of Charleston County. The 12.165 acre subject property is located in the Parkers Ferry Overlay Commercial Zoning District. The adjacent properties to the north and west are also located in the overlay in the Commercial Zoning District. The adjacent property to the east is located in the Parkers Ferry Community Overlay Residential Area Zoning District. That's shown in yellow. So pink is commercial, yellow is residential. The property owner, Steen, owns the adjacent properties to the east, which is parcel ending in 008, and to the north, parcel ending in 009. The proposed project is currently in the site plan review process. Steen Enterprises sells new and used farm and construction equipment. The applicant's letter of intent explains, in quote, leave existing gravel and fence at the front of the site instead of installing a 35-foot type E buffer along Savannah Highway in front of parcel 121000048 and 009. So that would be, they're referring to this right here. See right here. So since this application, they combine a portion of parcel 9 with parcel 48. So part of 9 is combined.
Ring.
And then it goes on to say, eliminate the 35-foot buffer along the frontage of TMS 12147 to be consistent with the existing Steen's established business with gravel and fence, as well as to leave the existing gravel and fence on the eastern part of the site 048 and 08008, instead of removing and installing a 15-foot buffer. So again, after this application was submitted, the entire parcel of 47, so that's basically this part right here, it was 47, is part of the larger tract 48. So if you look at the aerial, you can see they're wanting to add this existing, and they want to add here. Parcel 08, so that's going to be this parcel right here that's residential. There's a portion here that extends over, but we're requesting that it be moved onto parcel 48. because that's a different zone, that's not a commercial zoning district. So that's clear as mud. This is also another graphic that shows that property line with 008 and the portion that encroaches. Let's see what else I had. Okay. This is the zoning ordinance requirement, the aerial. And then we posted this property on February 12th. Some photographs of the subject property, the site plan. And again, this is that one portion that the existing fence is going over the property line. And then this just shows where we want to put a tree island. And then the plat. So this is the plat that was recently mapped and then officially recorded with a deed that was recently recorded to create this one larger one ending in 048. I know, it's a little confusing. This one took me several days to figure all it out. Anyway, so regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 and it may meet 2. For criteria 3, we stated that the application of this ordinance does not unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property because the western portion of the property can comply with the current Zeldar buffer requirements. So that's that portion that I showed you that's basically cleared with nothing on it yet. Therefore, the proposal to waive the buffer along the western portion does not meet this criteria. 4, the authorization of this variance request may be of substantial detriment to the adjacent properties and to the public good, and the character of the Parkers Ferry Community Overlay Commercial Zoning District may be harmed if the variance is granted. The Parkers Ferry Community Overlay Standards were adopted in 2017 and would apply to all new development and redevelopment. Therefore, the request may not meet this criterion. And 5, the variance does not allow use that is not permitted in the zoning district, nor does it extend physically a non-conforming use of land or change the zoning district boundaries. So this request does not meet this criterion. However, the request will meet the criterion if the zoning district boundary issue on parcel 008 is resolved as suggested in staff's condition. 6, the need for the variance is the result of the applicant's own actions because the western portion of the property can comply with the current Zeldar buffer requirements. Therefore, for the proposal to waive the buffer along the western portion does not meet this criteria. However, the applicant's letter of intent contends, and quote, "No, this variance is not a result of our actions. The Steens have been in business at the location long before the current Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Ordinance went into effect in 1999. Therefore, the request may meet this criterion." And for 7, we stated it may meet criterion. The board may approve with conditions, or deny this request based on the BZA's findings of fact. The board, in the event the board decides to approve this application, staff has the following conditions. 1, the applicant shall resolve the encroachment issue by one of the following methods. A, the portion of the chain link fence that encroaches into the TMS number 12100000008 shall be relocated to the commercial side of the property line on parcel TMS 121000048. Within 6 months of this approval, or B, within 1 year of this approval, the applicant shall submit a plat in approvable state that adjusts the property line through the subdivision process, and they shall successfully complete the rezoning process for that portion of 008 to commercial. 2, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. The site plan will not be approved until the encroachment issue referenced in condition number 1 is resolved. And 3, the applicant shall add a canopy tree island as shown in the February 5th, 2025 email from staff. And we did receive one public comment in opposition for this case. Questions?
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Working. Mr. Neal, you have a question?
Yeah, just trying to make sure I understand the whole entirety. So basically, the property, this is being caused because the applicant bought the property to the south or left, if we're
Yes.
looking at on Savannah Highway, correct?
They already own that property.
They already owned it.
Yeah,
So
but it was-
they're trying to reconfigure it all to one big parcel.
That's right.
But in doing this, they realized, or somebody realized, that they're outside their boundaries of their current area on the north side, and that needs to be addressed as well. And that's what your special conditions are talking about?
Right.
So we're going to correct all that down. And then it really comes down to, we're looking at the buffer changes on the front of Savannah Highway only.
And
Correct?
whether or not you're okay leaving this as is. So this section's already done.
Right.
So that's part of the question too.
Right. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood exactly what we're dealing with here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have a question. Can you talk on points of that 40-foot ditch? Are they just going to let that stay there, or how is that going to work?
From all the materials I read, that's going to stay there.
Okay. Anyone else have a question? Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Working, in regards to the portion of the encroachment onto 008, is part of your suggested remedy that they reconfigure the lot line so that that section of 008 that is fenced in would become part of 048?
Correct.
And if they did that, they would not need to rezone 008?
Just that portion. They would still need to rezone the small portion, the sliver.
Okay, so even if they reconfigured or abandoned some lot lines or reconfigured lot lines, you still have to rezone that one
Right.
small portion?
But it would
Okay.
be not the whole parcel, it would just be that portion.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
Ms. Working, is there a diagram that shows where the buffer should be or could be, or only this one line of?
I think the gray, yeah, the gray is showing 35. Is that right, Sally? Okay. Yeah, so the gray area is showing that's what the buffer would be.
Okay, that's what the requirement is. I was having a hard time telling what
Dark,
was what on
dark
there.
gray, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, board. Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? All right. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I'm Andy Steen, 39 Riverdale Drive, Charleston, 29407.
You're not the one on the commercials, though, are you?
I'm not, that's my brother, that's Adam.
Okay.
So this request is part of a plan to upgrade and expand our facilities, to have a better work environment for our current employees, and to be able to hire more employees and accommodate more business. You see in some of those pictures, a lot of the equipment that we have is very large and takes up a lot of space. The section in question is our road frontage, our display. The existing fence that's been there for almost 45 years is 440 feet. The new fence that we were requesting to stay at the same level is an additional 220 feet. That's 660 feet of road frontage. If we have to adhere to the additional buffer, asking to go, it's currently at 40 feet from the road. They're asking us to put it at 75 feet from the road. We would lose 0.53 acres of display yard at the very front of the business. It kind of negates some of the expansion that we had when we did take in that extra 2 acres that is the part that went like this in the picture. That also puts us behind the tree lines on either side of 17. Either way you're coming, you wouldn't be able to see the equipment from the tree lines on the existing properties outside. This Parker's Ferry overlay, we didn't even know it existed until we started trying to do this. It has been very restrictive. We've adhered to every other covenant in it. We are surrounded on both sides by DOT ditches that we're not allowed to touch. We've left every grand tree that was considered healthy and worked around it. We're also pinned in by wetlands at the back, so we can't go to either side or back to get to regain the property that we would be losing at the front. As far as that section on the east edge, Steen Properties, which is my family's land holding company, owns, she said those properties are all in the same holding company. So a buffer is to protect a neighbor, but we're the neighbor. If we had to rezone that little section, I mean, we could apply for that too if we had to. That section is there because of the traffic flow in that part of the property. There was one comment that I saw that would address that was concerned about pedestrians and bikes. there are no pedestrians and bikes in that section of 17. It's a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit that no one really adheres to. The neighbors, there's one business across the street and there's one business directly next door. They both have fences and signage that encroaches on this same buffer. There aren't any other commercial businesses that can come in and do anything that, because of the nodes in the overlay, everything is limited. There can be no more expansion. And I guess I'll take your questions now.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Steen. Do we have any questions on my left? Yes, sir, Mr. Neal.
Chair, a couple of questions that you brought up here. I can do them one at a time, or I can just give them all to you, and then you can work your way through it. The small sliver of land, I calling it to the north, I guess it's the east, I'm not real good with directions here, but on your family plot that you're using for commercial area, wouldn't it be just easier to pull that back and not utilize that area since you're relocating your building with your newer building? Or do you want to go ahead and redraw the map there and rezone? Because obviously you're using commercial area on zone stuff. So that's my first question.
Sure, it goes back to, sorry, go ahead.
The second question is, are you applying for the buffer to be, it looks like to be waived completely on the front of 17 instead of reducing it? And maybe I need staff to tell me that the front is already approved, it's just a new section? Is that correct? So I need clarification on that, whether you
As far
tell
as I
me.
know, nothing's been approved.
Okay, so, and then the last thing I'm really going to follow up on is the buffers are there for numerous reasons, and I'm a big supporter of business, and including yours, but putting bulldozers and tractors and things like that real close to the highway, you don't think there should be any type of buffer or anything like that? Have you ever had an accident? Anybody's come in and plowed into any of your tractors and stuff like that?
We've been open since 1980, and there's probably been, I'll say, half a dozen accidents, mostly because there's no turning lane there. We've gotten with DOT several times to get help with a turning lane, and they say they do the traffic tests and say that it doesn't account for it. Your first question about the sliver of land that's over there, that's not nearly the one that we're worried about the most. If we have to adhere to that as one of the special regulations, we'll do it. It all kind of comes back to just the overall loss of land. We thought when we acquired this 2 acres that we were getting 2 acres. And then we find out that we're losing a half here and a quarter there. The next question you asked about what's been approved. So you can see there that existing fence is there and has been since 1980. They want us to move the existing fence back an additional 35 feet and run that across to the new property. If we were allowed to leave the existing fence where it is and then adhere to the regulation on the new property, probably open to that too.
Up right there, what's that dimension there? How far back is that fence?
75 feet.
75? It's currently 75?
No, it's currently 40.
It's currently 40. So
Go
you
back
would,
to
so
70.
your variance request would instead of go from 35 to 0, would be okay?
The
wouldn't need
fence
it?
is on the property line. He's talking about the fence set back from the edge of the pavement. The fence is currently at the property line. So it would.
That would be measured from the property line.
Okay.
And it's going to have the vegetative buffer that is required on the fence regardless of where it ends up being. So we have to put that up too. So that's another thing that it blocks visibility.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. That brings me to that question on the west piece, the new piece, the 2 acres. So right now, the way it stands, you'd have to push it back. And you said you'd be comfortable with that along with the landscaping. But what are you planning on putting over there?
Tractors.
There will be equipment over there.
Okay. So you're going to just gravel the whole place or what? How is that?
Yes, it will be display yard. You can see on here, on this picture, the dark line, those are the 2 new service facilities that we're building.
The faint dotted line is the existing building. Currently, where those new buildings are going is service items are stored back there, and, you know, smaller, like, things that aren't very presentable that we have to put on, attachments and those kind of things. That's all back there. And in an effort to, we're going to have to start putting all of that stuff together and put it in the front and display yard because we're losing the service storage yard. So it's going to be, everything that's up there is going to, you know, look good. It will be essentially what we already have, just more of it.
So your biggest argument is that advertisement is your big thing, and your big thing, although you have a presence on TV, you much rather have people see it as they drive past you.
At least once a day, somebody comes in and is like, hey, I was just driving by and saw this. But the biggest crux of the argument that I think is the loss of usable space, because we can't go any farther to either side and we can't go back any farther. You can see the size of the retention pond that stormwater made us. So we've already, that pond is over an acre. So we already lost an acre that we were using that we can't use anymore. And then we're going to lose another half acre in the front. So we, in an effort to expand, we almost shot ourselves in the foot.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah, follow up on what he's just talking about, the expansion. Well, I'm trying to understand, if you're expanding, that means you need more land, but you're trying to do more on the same parcel.
We're built, right, because we can't go any further with the land, so we're building.
Land on the east that your family trust owns under Steen Properties LLC, correct?
That's wetlands.
It's all wetlands?
Mm-hmm. It's
Everything to the east is wetlands?
the majority of it.
Majority or all of it?
I don't know exactly how much.
Okay, so you probably haven't surveyed all of that out to make sure you can understand how much else you could put on that property.
Beyond the DOT ditch, it is low and swampy on that entire property.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I guess the other point that we're making up here, how is that piece to the east zoned? I think that's a better question of staff. That's, yeah. So he couldn't.
Yeah, as far as the overlay stands, you can't rezone any existing properties.
But, okay. Any questions to my left? Okay. Yes, sir.
So
Mr.
just,
Nelson.
I appreciate you coming tonight, but just to confirm, so you're saying you're actually okay maintaining the 35-foot buffer along the new piece, if required to do so, and as long as you could keep the existing fence line on the property where you currently have your dealership? I would be okay with that. Okay.
Okay.
And the question that staff has asked about the reconfiguring the piece on 008 where the fence extends over to that, is that, or would you be able to handle that request from staff? Yeah, I mean, I can't rezone any of that property to be commercial, so it either, you would have to tell me it's okay, or we have to fix it. Okay, all right, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone to speak in favor? Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff?
I have one more.
Yes, sir.
On automobile lots, car lots, what's the standard buffer on Savannah Highway for all those auto mile that we have out there? Is it 35 feet?
It's just going to depend on where on Savannah Highway.
Right.
This is in the overlay. Do you have a specific section?
No, I was just trying
kinda in
I'm trying to
general.
compare apples to apples. I mean, I know we have to go by just this application, but I'm trying to understand the overview of car dealerships on 17. What is their standard? What's their setback?
Do you know the general?
So in that area of 17 that you're talking about is in the urban area of Charleston County, and that is typically a 15-foot buffer. This is in the rural area, so
Right.
typically the buffers are greater in the rural areas.
And the
more
current
right-of-ways.
fence line that he has in place right now, is it 35 feet?
No,
There's
the
no
current
buffer.
fence
Is
is,
on the
there's no
property line.
buffer, it's on the property line. So he would essentially, due to the increased to the amount of area, it triggers the site plan review. The full site plan review, your whole site has to be compliant with the current regulations, which is now under this overlay district, which requires a 35-foot buffer from the front property line inward. So he would have to move the fence back and plant the 35 feet.
And I'm trying to find out, Mr. Nelson asked a question about he was fine with doing that. Can you expand, Mr. Nelson or Mr. Chair Lau?
Well, Mr. Steen testified that on the property that was 047, that he felt that he could adhere to the buffer setback requirement there, or the buffer requirement there, but he would like to keep the existing fence line where it is on the property that is currently his dealership.
048.
Right.
So, Ms. Brooks, just to clarify, the buffer along Savannah Highway that's required as part of this overlay is a vegetated landscape buffer with certain shrub and tree requirements, correct?
Right, and then also in Chapter 9 is a restriction for any chain link fencing within that buffer and any fencing over 4 feet height. So that exists there as well.
But if that chain link fence were 35 feet back, then it does not require.
Right, it can be chain link, whatever height,
Okay.
any of that.
So my final question, would all that need to, if that was the direction, would all that have to be put into the motion, or would that, as a fifth condition or fourth condition for staff recommendations?
I believe it would.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. That's going to be your motion.
Mr. Brown?
The vegetative buffer, how, can I get some description of what that is? I've been looking here and I just couldn't find it.
Very good.
Is there
That's a question for Ms. Brooks.
Yes, so you'll see, Jenny has pulled it up, it's very hard to see. Let's see if I can, so a 35-foot buffer. Within 100 linear feet, for each 100 linear feet, there should be 4 canopy trees, 6 understory trees, and 40 shrubs. And that's for every 100 linear feet. So it sounds like, he has 600 linear feet, right? So 400 of that, from his description, I would have to refer to the plan, is already just chain link fence and rock up to the property line. That would have to be moved back, and then he could create, in the new section of that 200 linear feet, he could create that because it doesn't exist like that already. So those are like some of the things that sounds like that y'all are thinking about, but that's kind of the.
And is there any requirement within that vegetative buffer to the spacing of those trees, or can they be shifted and moved?
Yeah,
in?
they just, it would just need to kind of be, they do actually have a landscape plan. I don't know that was included as part of the submittal package, but, just throughout that buffer area, just kind of spaced to fill in there could be some variation, but just as long as it's mostly continuous, there could be some gaps in there to.
Plants in
Right,
that
you can
100
just,
feet
like-
of space,
Yeah.
they could be wherever you wanted them to be, kind of thing.
Somewhat, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So for a point of clarity, not that I'm the professional that she is, nowhere near, but they would have to work with Ms. Brooks to come up with a good landscape plan to fall into the comprehensive plan and those tables.
Right, and they had initially prepared one that could meet the standard,
Correct.
but they're requesting a relief
variance.
from that.
Yep.
Yep.
Is that clear as mud?
All right.
Y'all get it? Good. Okay. So, once again, it's closed to the public. Board members, any more questions for staff? Any more general discussion? So at this time, I'd like to have a motion to either approve or deny this application based on what we've heard.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion
Okay.
in the matter of BZA 012500 through 8. I would make a motion that we approve this request. As we get toward the end of it, we will make a special condition that will apply to one of the maybe former TMS numbers. Hopefully we'll get all the language correct. But In making my motion, I do find that we meet the criteria required for this variance request. That one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. And as I get to the special conditions that be contained within this motion, one thing I am compelled by is that the owner of the property has used it in this form. I think even looking back at county GIS aerial records since at least 2001, the front of the property has been maintained in its current state as a dealership, maybe with some different forms of chain link fencing along the front, but that's tough to say at this stage. But I do believe that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. That, too, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, with the dealership being maintained there prior to the initiation of the 2017 overlay, the dealership being present before then, I do believe that that has some bearing on this particular case, and we meet that criterion. Now, for criterion 3, that because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or reasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Again, I do believe there's a way here where we can maintain the 35-foot type E buffer along a portion of the property, but maybe not the entirety of the property where there has not been one in the past. So I do believe that we meet criterion 3. For criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. Again, in meeting this criterion, the area that the applicant intends to move to or expand into that is part of that zoning overlay, we will actually make an attempt to meet the spirit of that particular overlay with the special conditions that we'll place on this particular approval. So I believe that we meet that criterion as well. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. Again, with the changes that are proposed to be made under special conditions for this one, even by staff in fixing some portions of the property that extend onto properties that do not meet the current zoning for commercial use, and with trying to conform the newest portion of this property to the overlay, I do believe that we are making an extraordinary effort to meet criterion 5 with this particular request. At 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. In granting relief along the area that had previously been developed, that area, I believe, would have been in compliance prior to the 2017 overlay being in place. So I do believe we do meet that criterion now. And for criterion 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. Again, these are commercially zoned parcels that he is continuing to operate his business on, so I believe we meet that criterion. In making this motion, I would propose that we include the 3 special conditions recommended by staff, and I would add a 4th condition that the parcel that was, I believe, previously TMS number 121000047 be developed in a way that would include the buffer requirement for the Parker's Ferry Overlay District, so the Type E, 35-foot Type E vegetative buffer setback.
Yeah.
That would be my motion. Hopefully I got the special condition correct.
What about the other piece?
The other piece is contained in staff's special condition number 1.
Okay.
So we're granting relief only on the existing dealership.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, Mr.
Can I
Brown?
verify something with this?
Oh, you seconding or no?
Will, if I get some verification on one thing.
Okay, I need a second first.
Second. It was already second.
That's second.
Okay, so we got a second over there. So, all right, so we have discussion.
I heard only mention of the 35-foot setback. They're waiving that. What about the 15-foot vegetative buffer?
So my motion would only waive the 35-foot setback along the portion of the property that was previously developed.
Okay, so the new portion has to meet all the requirements.
That's correct.
Okay.
Are we clear? Okay. So we have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Are we ready for the motion? All those, ready for the?
Hold on, I'm sorry. I do have one question since
Okay.
I'll be the one working on this project. So the side, is that buffer waived as well? Or no? That's the 15. Even if they move to the property line, move into the property and not on the other property, there's still a buffer along that side. So I just want to, I don't know that.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood the purpose of staff's recommendation for special condition number 1.
No, I think we're just saying they're asking for a 15-foot, to waive this requirement on this side.
Yes.
And because they own the parcel.
Yes.
And they're willing to either, correct this problem here.
Anything over the property line, but still asking to waive that section of the buffer.
Yes,
up
yes,
to the
I
property
would
line.
include that as well. And I will say, just in looking through the aerials and the applicant's testimony, that there's a number of acres of wetlands on that parcel that probably would effectively act as a buffer as well. I'm comfortable waiving the buffer on that side.
Thank you.
Including the South Carolina DOT ditch that's on that side, too.
And a ditch on that side, yes.
Thank you for that point of reference, Mr. Neal. Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1. Thank you. It has been approved. And within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations and good night. Moving right along. BZA 01-25-00839. Ms. Working, you got everything tonight, don't you?
This one should be easy.
All right. So the applicants and property owners, Charles Stephen Shelnut and Kimberly White Shelnut, are requesting a variance to reduce the required 50-foot critical line setback by 14 feet to 36 feet at the closest point for a proposed swimming pool at 1432 Dupree Creek Drive, which is TMS number 617-150030 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties are located in the rural residential R zoning district in Phase 1 of the Paradise Island subdivision that was platted in 1995. Charleston County adopted required setbacks and buffers from the critical line in 2001. The critical line location was established by the South Carolina Department of Environmental Sciences, SCDES, Bureau of Coastal Management, BCM. The 0.62 acre subject property, which contains 0.55 acres of highland, contains a single-family residence and a detached garage that were constructed in 2018 per Charleston County records. This is the zoning ordinance requirement, the 300-foot radius map, the aerial. You can see the detached garage in the front. And we posted this property on February 12th, 2025. Some more photographs of the rear of the property where the pool would go. The survey site plan, so the pool is right behind the house, within the 35-foot buffer. Plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 through 4 and 6 and 7, and it meets 5. They had a ARB approval letter dated September 15th, 2024, and 1 letter of support. The board may approve of conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, the required 35-foot critical line buffer shall be maintained pursuant to Zeldar Article 4.24, Waterfront Development Standards, Section 424.7, Prohibited Activities. 2, prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of the construction. 3, the applicant shall use stormwater mitigation measures such as the use of rain barrels or rain gardens to reduce the flow of stormwater into the marsh. And 4, the swimming pool encroachment area shall be limited to the footprint shown on the submitted site plan. Any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Work? Yes, sir.
Ms. Working, can you please promise me that the county will never, ever again subdivide a property based upon a critical line delineation? Or can we get blanket approval for Paradise Island or something like that? Can we-
I've been dealing with this subdivision for 21 years now. Yeah, yeah, no comment.
We know the story, so, okay. Anyone else have a question?
It's a
Thank you,
beautiful
Ms.
subdivision, though.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Please state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
I'm Charles Shelnut. I live at 1432 Dupree Creek Road or Drive, depending upon which end of it you come in on. The application is because when we originally designed the house, there was an oak tree on the property that at the time was not a grand oak, but it was unusual looking tree, and it had been starved out for a while by a lot of other growth around it. And so we wanted to save this tree. So we spent a lot of money kind of rearranging the house. We moved it back on the lot. We put in a wall to protect the tree. And at the time we built it, we had 22 additional feet of property in the back. So we lost 22 feet from the back property line, and that's the reason why now we're seeking a variance, because we thought we had plenty of room to put the pool in way back when we designed the house and built it. And I feel like it meets all the criteria for approval for this type of variance.
Okay. All right, let's see if anyone has a question for you. Mr. Jordan.
So what about the future of the tree?
Well, it's looking good now. We've spent a lot of money trying to get it to grow, so it's in great shape.
So it's going to stay there?
Oh, yeah. No, it's in the front.
Just over here?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shelnut, won't you tell us about your pool that you're putting in? It's 12 by 24, right?
12 by 24, yes, sir. And we've rearranged it. We had an initial design for it, and now we've pushed it all the way up so there's only a 4-foot walkway beside the house, and it only has, I guess, concrete on 2 sides of it now, and basically a stem wall slab on one end, so it goes straight to grass on one end of the pool. So we've tried to make as little impact on the back of the house as we possibly could with the pool.
Okay. Tell us a little bit more about this critical setback line.
So
when you first purchased the property, and when did you purchase the property again? Remind us.
We purchased it in 2014, and so we owned the property for quite some time. And when we originally purchased it, our deed showed that we had a lot of room on the side where we're putting the pool. As far as the marsh goes, it went way, way back towards the river. And for some reason, we've lost 22 feet of that on this particular side of the property.
Okay. Yes, sir. You had a question.
Oh, did the river rise? What, a road or what?
I have
what
no
happened?
idea, because it basically looks the same. But we had, our plat was over 5 years old, so you have to have it, redrawn. And when we called OCRM to come in and take a look at it and called the surveyors, they said 22 feet of it had basically disappeared.
And if it continues, if we have that trend, what will happen to the pool? Will it be in the river, in the marsh?
No, the elevation of the property is such that it's basically stops at a pretty good distance from the house at this point.
I appreciate it. I had one more question.
Yes, sir.
Because I would like to support your application, but I'm struggling with condition. We have these criteria by law we have to go by, and it says that the need for the variance is not a result of the applicant's own actions. Can you help me help you understand what you're saying?
Yes, sir. When we looked at the property, we placed the home on the property because we had 22 more feet behind the house than we do now. It's still there, but according to OCRM, there's been erosion of what our critical line used to be as to, where it is now. So when we built the house, we had plenty of room for the pool. And now that's changed.
Clear as mud?
All right. I'm just trying to figure out how 22 feet disappeared, but.
No, so.
Maybe somebody made an error. I was thinking maybe OCRM made an error from.
Well, I'm wondering the same thing, to be honest with you. I mean, to me, in looking at it, but I'm not a geologist or, I don't do that for a living. So it looks the same to me. I don't know what changed about it.
Or I guess the surveyor could have made a mistake.
Surveyor could have made a mistake as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Anyone else to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in opposition? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Susan Kershaw. I live at 3605 Berry Hill Road on Johns Island. I may help with the 22 feet, we'll see. So sometime last year, a study came out that said that the average ocean level in the Charleston area has gone up by 7 inches in the last 15 years. So every time the tide comes in, it comes in 7 inches higher than it did 15 years ago. This drowns the marsh, and the marsh moves into higher ground that's adjacent to it. This moves the critical line inland. I think this is what is happening at Paradise Island. So if there is adjacent land attached to the marsh, it will move inland and continue to survive. But if there's not land attached to the marsh is going to die. And the marsh is critical to the economy and the environment here in Charleston. So for the marsh to survive, we have to protect the land that is attached to the marsh. I encourage you to start thinking about these pieces of attached land as you do grand trees. You do a pretty good job of protecting our grand trees. Even if it's just one, you pay attention to that. And I think because of this new data, we have to start really paying attention to every single piece of land that's attached to the marsh and protect it. I have a sheet with some articles and studies that I can give you that might help you re-examine the criteria you use as you balance all of these different priorities as you're evaluating variances. But I really think we need to start prioritizing these pieces of ground much higher than we have before. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question for her? Okay, Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Kershaw, I just want to thank you for repeatedly coming in for these types of requests and making your case known. That's admirable for sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Smith?
What do you recommend that they do with this type of land to protect the marshes?
I think we're going to have to start saying we can't build pools next to the marsh. And, it's a little bit of a hardship, but is it an undue hardship for people who have bought on the marsh? I don't know.
What does the pool do?
So the pool is going to be underground and is going to create a hard area. And as the marsh moves up onto the grass between the pool and the current marsh, it won't be able to move any further because the pool is there. And so then the marsh in front of the pool is all going to drown. And when that marsh drowns, it just becomes mud flats. And that's not useful to us as a salt marsh for the environment or for protecting us from floods.
Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
But along those lines, Ms. Kershaw, what would you propose for houses? So this house is only another 12 or 15 feet from where the edge of that pool would be.
Yeah.
And so, what is one to do in that situation?
So hopefully by the time the marsh gets there, we figured out other things to do, such as to build migration corridors where we can. We have to buy as much time as we can.
Yeah, I would add, in your advocacy for the marsh, I've actually proposed projects where we do basically sediment lifts in the marsh to raise the bed elevation of the marsh and prevent what you're talking about, drowning. And it's actually very much impossible right now to get a permit to do that type of project in the state of South Carolina. And we could do some large-scale marsh restoration in for those types of projects, especially related to the amount of dredging that we do here for a lot of legitimate purposes. I would say with your staunch support for the salt marsh, look at opportunities like that to advocate for private users, marinas, ports authorities, whatever the case may be, to do some more beneficial use, similar to like Bird Key or Crab Bank in the middle of Charleston Harbor. Projects like that would be very helpful as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony today. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? So, sir, at this time, you have the right of rebuttal, if you like.
I, too, appreciate
Please state your name and address again for our recording, please.
Charles Shelnut, 1432 Dupree Creek Road. I appreciate the concern for the environment, and I'm not really sure, based on the way we're going to build this pool, it would have a great deal of impact in the future to the marsh based on the design of the pool and also the layout of our property. If you saw it, you would kind of understand what I'm speaking about here. It's a very minimal impact pool, and even though it's at close to the critical line of the marsh, there is a huge amount of property back behind the house that is existing marsh and sediment and river and that kind of thing. So I really don't think that's going to be the big concern with respect to the pool. So, thank you.
One moment. Anyone have a question? Thank you so very much. So at this time, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do you have any additional questions for staff or any discussion? Very good. So at this time, once again tonight, for the 8th time, I need a motion to approve or deny. I look down that way and I see you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the case of BZA 0125000839, I move a motion for approval of this application for the required 50-foot critical setback line to be moved by 14 feet down to 36 feet. The 7 criteria I feel that have been met. Number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. The applicant stated clearly that that there's been some erosion on his property, which has greatly changed his layout and what he's needed to. He's done the minimal impact as much as possible here, so it's only 14 feet going from 50 to 36. Number two, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. This is Paradise Island. We've seen all types of things in that area. So this is, it clearly adheres to this criteria. Number three, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to a particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. There are numerous pools in the area out there, and it's been approved also by the HOA for Paradise Island, so it's not going to affect anything there. Criteria number four, the authorization of a variance will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good. Again, their own HOA of Paradise Island has already approved this and given them the green light to move forward pending our approval. Criteria number five, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance to the effect of which would allow the establishment or use non-otherwise permitted in a zoning district to extend past the non-conforming use of land or change zoning district boundaries. This is not doing anything of the fact. Again, there's still going to be a buffer there, critical line setback of 36 feet, so I don't see any issues with that criteria. Criteria number six, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. The applicant has clearly stated in his testimony tonight that this is something that came aware when they did the redrawing or recertification of the critical lines, that he had lost 22 feet. So I don't see how this could be his own actions at all. The last criteria, granting of the variance, did not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan, and by all means, we're meeting that criteria. Their staff conditions, I think they need to be included in my motion, and I move for approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Yes, sir, Mr. Chusma.
I appreciate the dilemma that the applicant is seeking. However, what Ms. Kershaw had said resonates with me. I only wish that we would show the same concern for our marshes, rivers, and our ecosystem that we've shown for trees that can be mitigated. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to mitigate our marsh. We can't buy another marsh. We can't plant another marsh such as we can for trees. I think that the thought process that we should focus on pools and everybody else has a pool, that mindset is flawed. We need to think about the greater good in our environment rather than think about who has a pool and who doesn't. In addition, if we're going to approve these things, we're going to reach a tipping point where there's no rule. The only rule is we won't have a rule. So I have to be persuaded for the greater. I'm very sympathetic to the dilemma that Mr. Shelnut may have, but I'd be compelled to think about the greater good, and the greater good is for our economy, for our environment, our economy, and the greater good. That's my position.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anything else? Yes, sir.
Mr. Truslow, I definitely appreciate your response. Some counterpoints that I would add to that is one, the request here is not actually to fill the salt marsh, which is a little bit different than a tree request where we are actually eliminating a tree. And in fact, in the state of South Carolina, it is extremely difficult to get a permit to fill salt marsh unless you're a public entity and you can show an actual public need for that particular activity. And in this case, where staff includes special conditions that will limit the amount of stormwater that's entering into the marsh by the mitigation measures that are proposed, I do believe that those have the opportunity to offset the potential impact. And the encroachment is not into the buffer, and the buffer will be maintained, which is highly important to protecting the salt marsh, but just into the construction setback area. I mean, over time, there's a possibility that given sea level rise, that it could reach the level of the pool, but we don't know if that would be in our lifetime or somebody else's. So I would just say that I would support the motion as presented for those reasons.
My two responses is we can plant more trees. We're never going to make more marsh within our lifetime. We can plant. We cut down one tree, we plant 24, and sometimes less is more. Second thing is,
in my career, I've restored a couple of hundred acres of salt.
My second point was in not supporting this is I wish we had more detail such as somebody who builds pools, who could make the applicant's case. I can't make the applicant's case for him. If perhaps we had somebody, a pool expert or somebody that was a contractor that could show us that this was going to have a de minimis impact on the community, I might favor it, but we don't, and I can't make his case for him. So had I been the applicant, I would have brought in an expert and then made the case much better. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I will say that I do restore salt marsh for a living, so it is possible, and I've done hundreds of acres of it, so.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you, gentlemen, for that beautiful conversation there. All right. So we have a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, I'd like to call for the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye?
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute.
No, 3.
3. Okay. So it still carries 4-3. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion. I like that when we have a hard spirit debate here, and that's what we're for. I like that. So where did he go? Okay, there you go. So congratulations. Your application has been narrowly approved. You will get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Congratulations, sir. Good night. Yes, we need good debate like this, ladies and gentlemen. This is good, okay? And that's what we're here for.
That lady can't say we're not listening to her.
Well, that's what you're here for, and that's why we have a wealth of knowledge here. So thank you. Moving forward, next case, BZA 01-25-00840. Ms. Working.
Yes. The applicant, Will Waterhouse of Mungo Homes, and the property owners Nancy Nelson and Elizabeth Watkins, represented by Buddy Pusser of Seaman Whiteside, are requesting a variance to remove 2 grand trees for a proposed 58-lot subdivision at 2183 River Road, which is TMS numbers 31500000114 and ending in 130 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject properties and properties to the south and east are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. Properties located to the north are in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The front parcel, which is parcel ending in 130, tract A, is 12.608 total acres, 8.865 Highland acres. The rear parcel ending in 114, tract B, is 12.596 total acres and 6.738 Highland acres. More specifically, the applicant is requesting to remove a 24-inch DBH diameter breast height grand live oak tree. It's a grade B, tree number 6, and a 39-inch DBH grand live oak tree, grade B, tree number 42. The trees can be found on sheet C6.0, which is this sheet here. And there was a 26-inch live oak grade D tree 51 that was permitted to be removed by staff because it was dead, diseased, or dying. So, the applicant is currently in the subdivision process for a proposed 58-lot subdivision. This is the ordinance requirement. This is the 300-foot notices. Aerial. We posted the property on February 12th, 2025. This is the 24-inch live oak grade B tree. And then the 39-inch DBH live oak grade B tree. Subject property, River Road. These are documents provided by the applicant, the overall exhibit. This is the BZA inset, so you're seeing the trees that will be removed. And then the other one I showed earlier. And this is just the plat of the land, the current plat. Let's see. So we stated that it may meet 1 and 2 For 3, the application of this ordinance does not unreasonably restrict the utilization of the properties because the front parcel and most of the rear parcel can be developed without grand tree removal variances. If this variance is granted, only 5 lots, which is lot 54, 55, 56, 57, and 58, would be eliminated on the rear parcel. The subdivision would still have 15 lots on the rear parcel plus the 38 lots on the front parcel for a total of 53 lots. Therefore, it does not meet the requirement. For parcel 4, we stated that it may meet. They are preserving 40 grand trees with this request. 5, it meets 5. 6, the need for the variance is a result of the applicant's own action because the applicant can reduce the number of lots to save the grand trees. Therefore, the request does not meet this criterion. And for 7, we stated it may meet the criterion. So the board may approve of conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board chooses to approve this application, staff recommends the following conditions. 1, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 63 dBH inches by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.15 inches in caliper equaling inch per inch replacement, B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of ZELDAR, or C, a combination of both A and B. The lot of mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. 2, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to section 924 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. And 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction. So we did receive 9 public comments in opposition for this case. Any questions?
Yes, sir, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Working, did I hear you correctly when you said, when I thought you said that it didn't meet criteria either 4 or 6 because they could do 2 less lots, and if they did 2 less lots, they wouldn't need, I would imagine the trees are in the line of the sewer extension and drainage?
Yeah, so it was 5 lots, but the applicant's going to explain how their stormwater drainage works and how many lots they would get if that's not working out. Like if they don't get to put the stormwater where it needs to go.
Right.
To the river.
Okay. But will you repeat what you said for criteria 4 then?
Okay.
I don't
Oh,
quite-
for that one, I said they were preserving 40 trees.
Well, then back at it, maybe it's on the slide or something. You said something about they could do 2 less lots. They would affected lots 55 and 56, and if they didn't have those lots, it wouldn't meet the criteria or something.
Right, so it was 5 lots, so lot 54, 55, 56, 57, 58.
Okay, so it would affect them by 5 lots.
Yeah, but they're going to explain to you how it affects other lots possibly because of the stormwater.
Okay, well, I'll hold the rest of my comments for the applicant then. Thank you.
Any more questions on my right? Yes, sir.
Has staff evaluated, I mean, I know we'll get into a stormwater discussion with the applicant, but has staff evaluated the other options and opportunities that they have for discharging stormwater from the property?
I'm not sure. This would have been like the subdivision review process. I'm sure they have, though, through that process. Similar to site plan review where all the agencies are reviewing the plats.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Working.
Any more on the right, on the left, excuse me? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant available? Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Neil Shepard. I am 913 Foliage Lane, Charleston, South Carolina, 29412. And I am here, I'm an employee of Mungo Homes, the applicant in this scenario. So I do want to mention that I brought our engineer on this project, Seaman Whiteside, here as well. And I do believe a lot of our questions are going to be maybe geared towards the technical side of this discussion. So if we get into the technical side, I'd like Buddy's assistance. I don't want to misspeak or go too far in the wrong direction, but I am pretty knowledgeable and have spent many hours evaluating how to not be here asking to remove 2 trees. So believe me, we are very aware of the ask tonight and what we are pursuing. We've built over the years 7 different communities on Johns Island, a number of different communities around Charleston County, and certainly understand the size of the ask. We have analyzed every scenario to avoid being here, looking to remove these 2 grand trees. But one thing I would kind of lean on, and what I hope everyone can understand, is our stormwater essentially and some of the other infrastructure for the neighborhood. We need it to run down towards the Stono River, which is ultimately the outfall for the project, and particularly the stormwater. And that outfall needs to be the Stono River. That's the optimal location for that stormwater outfall to go. And to get there, you're impacting grand trees, whether it be the 2 least impactful versions of what we're proposing, or on the southern portion of the project, we could impact bigger grand trees and a higher number of those. Can I request that we pull up the PDF that we supplied that there's 2 pages. One is a kind of a high-level overview of the site. Yeah, so that first one there that you were just on, yes. So just to kind of give everyone an understanding, it is a long, rectangular, skinny site. We've kind of looked at it in 3 separate locations. You've got River Road on your far left. That's what you see there where you enter the property. And as you move further in, you've got kind of another section of developable acreage. And then in that back third of the property, you have your last section of developable acreage. So for us, as we were evaluating the site, just lay of the land, Stono View is to your north, on our north property line. To our south, we have a couple adjacent homeowners, and beyond that, the Shoreline Farms community, just to kind of give everyone an understanding of the residential area surrounding us. One thing that we ultimately learned as we were evaluating where to get the stormwater outfall was, it needed to go to the Stono River. That's where it naturally goes. That's what makes the most sense. That's what the engineers will be able to explain more thoroughly. If you look, can you go to the next page, please? What we provided this document for is to give everyone a real understanding of what's back here where we're proposing this road. So on the northern portion of what you're looking at, you can see an existing CWS force main that was installed a few years ago that is already there at the location where we're proposing to put this road. So what we're essentially looking to do is take the existing easement that's a CWS force main and essentially put a road on top of where that easement is. That is a already disturbed area when they installed that force main a few years ago. But unfortunately, the 2 trees that have X's through them that are at the very top that you can see are in that street area are the 2 that we're requesting to move there. We've also noted where our stormwater would be running right through the middle of that easement area, where that CWS easement is. And we're also showing where the water and sewer lines would be going under that road as well. Those are the only 2 trees that would need to be impacted. We were able to preserve 40 other grand trees. It's an absolutely beautiful site. We've been out there extensively and worked with staff, and we truly feel this is the best opportunity.
Sorry.
Well, there's your time.
Sorry about that. That was loud.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see if anyone has a question for you. We're just going to do one at a time, gentlemen, okay? So anyone want to start? If not, I will. Say again? I'm going to hold for the second guy. Okay. Anyone? Yes, sir, Mr. Chuso.
For your if the trees are cut down, are you going to do mitigation on site, or are you going to pay into a bank? What are you going? What's your plan?
We would be open to either opportunity, whether we pay into the bank or we do have the ability to mitigate on site.
What do you want to do?
We'd like to mitigate on site.
Good. Okay. Now, do you know how many trees, if you cut 2, in this case, do you know how many you'll have to replace it with?
I don't know that, but I believe Buddy might.
Mr. Foster's question.
Okay. But you say you're willing to do it on site?
We would be.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, any questions to my left? Well, they're gonna wait for the big gun over there. Thank you so very much, sir, for your testimony. Name and address, please, sir.
Hey, I'm Buddy Pusser. I'm with Seaman Whiteside Associates, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. We are civil engineer working with Mungo Homes on the project. Just want to say Mr. Shepard did a great job kind of giving an overview of it. I'm here to answer any detailed questions you have. Ms. Working, if you don't mind going back to that previous exhibit, or, yeah, that one. Like Neil said, the site's long and narrow. It generally is draining from River Road back to the Stono River. There's some wetland systems in there that it kind of drains through, but ultimately it's going to the Stono River. There was a question earlier about staff review. We've been working with the county's engineering staff for probably 7, 8, maybe even 9 months now on the project and the drainage design. Ultimately, the best, the most effective way is to route the stormwater directly back to the Stono River. That would be the best solution for this project and the surrounding area. Ms. Working, if you don't mind going back to the second. That's perfect. Yes, thank you. As you can see, there's basically a wall of existing grand trees. Most of those trees are significantly, pretty much all of those trees are significantly larger than the two trees we are impacting. To get the stormwater routed from the front, say 2/3 of the property, back to this third, this is the least impactful way we can get the stormwater infrastructure back to the outfall, which would let it directly discharge to the Stono River. This is also the least impactful way to get an access drive back to that area. As Mr. Shepard said, that area has already been disturbed and cleared, minus those two trees, by Charleston Water Systems from our previous utility project that's in place. So in our view and in working with staff, we feel like this is the most effective way from a stormwater routing and to get an access back to this portion of the site. Here to answer any questions y'all have on stormwater or anything else.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at that plat that's, I guess there right in front of me. If you were not to have the back, I guess it's 5 lots. It looks like lot 37, 55, 56, 57, and 58. I'm not an engineer and can't even understand most of this stuff. But if you were not to have those 5 lots and you still had the rest of the development up there, would your drainage and your the rest of this piping, could that be altered from lot 55 to the rear in a different way where we could save one or both of those trees?
Not in a way that provide the drainage for the overall project. We need the project to be able to drain directly to the Stono River.
It has to go straight line. It can't.
Yeah. And if you see there's a wall of grand tree, there's no real way around that other than the way we're routing the stormwater now.
So even you couldn't lose just the one tree that's in the way there?
Well, the impact of the stormwater trench is going to get into both trees.
Which line is the stormwater trench?
It's the kind of thicker dashed one. It's got a little red outline to it. It goes right through the middle of the.
It goes through the middle of the one tree, but not the second tree.
Correct, but when they dig down, 4 or 5 feet, 6 feet, whatever it is, it's wider than a 3-4 foot. It's a trench they're digging, so it's gonna rip through the roots of the second larger tree as well.
That's just an encroachment. You wouldn't have to lose that tree. I understand losing the first tree, but why wouldn't the second one just be an encroachment? It looks like it's problematic because of the roadbed and the other lots and stuff.
Well, that's correct.
Wouldn't by losing these 5 lots change your calculations on how much capacity you would need?
It definitely would change, but not a significant amount. I mean, the bulk of the development's on the front, 2/3.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, and I'm not an arborist. I couldn't tell you exactly if that would kill the tree or not, but I think that would have a significant impact if we're trenching in that kind of that portion of the root zone of that second tree.
So, in your opinion, losing any of those lots in the rear would not save either one of those trees. You couldn't lessen the impact on those trees.
No, not from a stormwater standpoint. We'd still be trying to bring stormwater right to where shown.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on my right? Yes, sir. Mr. Jordan.
I'd like to ask our arborist, would you respond to that? Can it be done? Well, I think you said one tree's got to go is dead, so can something be done around the living tree?
Well, both the trees that are before us today are living trees. The trees that are permitted, I believe, are not on there currently. I permitted those probably 2-3 months ago.
Aren't they?
Both trees are bees, yes, sir. Yeah. So for the one tree that would have encroachment, that would be a major encroachment. I've been to that site 3 times, and all 3 times it was wet and mucky. So if for that much encroachment, that much root loss, I'd be scared of something called wind throw. You know, where the wind just picks the trees up, tosses them over, soil's mucky. I wouldn't want a tree that hazardous after having that much encroachment, that much root loss in saturated soils, anywhere near people living.
So you think the two's got to go?
You're saying both of them?
Yes. If they can't work something out, I don't know. I'm not, by no means am I an engineer. So I don't know if boring would be a way to get around that.
Thank you.
Mr. Truslow.
Thank you. I appreciate the concern for the trees, and I'm a tree guy. I love trees, but I'm trying to figure this out in a holistic perspective. If these 2 trees are to be removed, are they going to replace them with about 20 to 25 trees? Is that how many trees is it going to be? I'm looking at basically 63.
Right. So
inches.
If they were to mitigate with the smallest allowable trees, which would be 2.5-inch caliper trees, they would plant 25.2 trees.
Okay.
So
that's pretty close.
26. Yeah, you're right there.
So you lose 2, you get 25. But I know they're not grown trees, but
Correct.
They've got to make sure that they grow.
Yes.
Okay.
Those go through a review, and the properties wouldn't receive their certificates of occupancy until I have reviewed the mitigation in the field once they have done building.
Okay. Is there any problem with them planting on the site if they mitigate on the site?
No, they would just have to submit a mitigation plan outlining where the trees are going to go.
Okay.
And that, for my review.
We make that as a condition that we plant on that lot?
That's in staff conditions.
So I don't know if we can legally, Mr. Hughie might be able to tell us. I don't know, because the ordinance states that they can either pay or plant back. I don't know that this board we have the purview to say that they must replant back on site rather than pay.
Mr. Hughie?
You would do a combination, and you would determine how many trees can go on site, and then they would pay for the difference. So it would be a combination that I believe it's after site plan review.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the left? Ms. Smith?
Is there any requirement for the trees that are planted in mitigation to be native?
There is,
Restate your question.
there is not. Though I have come up with a list of recommended tree species, all of which are native, that I usually send to the applicants.
So they could plant crepe myrtles?
There would have to be a canopy tree, which means it would have to attain at least 50 foot. That would be the biggest crepe myrtle in the world if it got that big. So I would decline that plan.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Busser, thank you for coming tonight and for bearing the brunt of the questions from the board. I think we've pretty clearly shown that the reason for the variance may or may not be related to the road that you want to put back there, but for the stormwater infrastructure that you want to put in place, that's a big reason for the need for the variance. So, can you walk us through the various options that you looked at in terms of stormwater and why this was the most valid route for the proposed stormwater plant?
Sure. If you back up to the previous exhibit. So the only other potential options, if you wanted to say there were some, there'd be dumping into kind of the existing wetland systems that migrate into both the adjacent properties. Those properties would be directly impacted by anything coming off this project. And then working with Charleston County Stormwater Department, everybody felt like the best route was to get this water directly routed out to the Stono, so you wouldn't have that possibility coming up. You would basically bypass any of that. That wouldn't be really an effective or real solution to designing this project with these site conditions. So the primary goal was to find a way to get the stormwater directly to the Stono River.
Help this board a little bit then if you explain what the potential impacts to those wetlands would be if you discharge stormwater directly to the wetlands that already exist on the property.
Well, those wetlands drain in multiple directions. This exhibit doesn't do a great job of showing that, but there's wetlands kind of in the center of the site that drain to the south and maybe a little bit to the north. And I believe further down about where that wall of tree is, what wall of grand trees are, it drains kind of north and south as well. Basically, you're going to have more stormwater coming off from the development, more volume long-term from those areas into those surrounding properties. We'd be able to control the rate, but the volume would likely be an increase over time in a big storm event.
So from that perspective, you're saying that it would, discharging the water directly to the Stono River would potentially decrease flooding on the adjacent property?
Yes. I mean, we're not going to flood the Stono River. I mean, that's the goal in a lot of these projects right here is if you can get it out into these, the harbor, the Wando River, the Stono River, the ocean, that's the most ideal situation, that you bypass all the localized drainage issues and you get it into this big body of water. That's the ultimate outfall.
And then in terms of the location where the proposed road is going, you have some minimal impacts to freshwater wetlands, I suppose, but a lot of that's following this existing easement from CPW?
Correct. If you go back to the second exhibit, yeah, you're correct. There's a small fraction of that wetland that is cut off where the right-of-way cuts, where it's a straight line across that right-of-way. There is a small impact there, but that area is primarily already disturbed from CWS. So yeah, that we found the most minimal way to get back there from a tree standpoint, wetlands and other conditions to access the drainage and access to the back of the site.
Are those jurisdictional or non-jurisdictional wetlands?
They're jurisdictional right now.
And the Corps of Engineers already issued a permit?
In process.
Okay. Is it a nationwide permit?
Nationwide, yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
I just had a quick question about so I see storm, sewer, water, and we talked about the impacts of the stormwater construction ditch, we'll call it, digging for that would impact this 39-inch live oak. Have you investigated any, shifting of the stormwater north, or would the sewer and the other water in another order that might lessen the impact on that 39-inch live oak to save it?
That's a great question. We have looked into that pretty extensively. Again, we've worked with staff for a long time. We've worked with Charleston Water Systems. These utility companies and the folks that own and maintain this infrastructure, they have certain requirements for offsets just to protect, like Charleston Water System, for example. They're going to want infrastructure, drainage per se, and other infrastructure at a certain distance off their sewer lines, their force mains, their water lines. So there's only a certain way to kind of piece that puzzle together. And we've worked pretty extensively with these agencies, and this is kind of where we've landed as the best option.
Okay. Can I ask a question of Mr. Foster? We talked about trying to save the live oak. Maybe, maybe not. It's mucky, that kind of thing. Is there a percentage of likelihood that we could save it if we try to work around it and get all this stuff in there, and then if we don't save it, then mitigation comes into effect after that? Or
Right, I would say it's 50-50. Live oaks are tough trees. They can take a beating. But I just don't foresee with that amount of root loss that it's going to do very well long term. Might fine for a year or two, and after that, it's typically when trees that have had damage start to decline greatly. So I wouldn't I wouldn't think that it's going to survive that for very long.
Okay. I have a question for you, and I think we kind of wrap this up. What are you going to do with lots 57 and 58? That's true, but they're rather large lots.
Correct.
So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
I'll assume the applicant's going to build a home on it or sell it.
Because I just noticed that was just extremely, that's 2 acres, that's 4.6 acres between the 2 lots. That's why I was asking. Why didn't you try to put more lots there?
Oh, okay, gotcha. So I might not get this quite right, but there's standards the county has for frontage of lots on waterfront, and there's certain widths you have to go by, and an average over that you have to apply. I can't remember the exact details of it, but you effectively can't get any more than 2 lots based on those requirements right there. Based on those widths you have to apply, you have to go by, so.
All right. Thank you for your testimony today. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else? Do we have anyone else to speak in well, do we have anyone to speak in okay. One at a time. So before we get up there, I see a large group of you. Thank you. So make sure when we go up there, we want to give you an opportunity to speak. So when we go up here, please be mindful of what that person says prior to you coming up there, because we don't want to hear the same thing over and over again. Does would that work? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Priscilla Nugent, 2748 Colonel Harrison Drive, Johns Island.
Thank you.
My husband and I, who's here, we live right behind that 39-inch live oak. We witnessed what it's like to have some live oaks already removed for that easement. By the way, that easement is only 20 feet wide. So all those houses around, there's maybe 12 homes in that area. We all have elevated homes. So there's a flooding issue that we need to keep in mind. So it's late, want to stay focused, but really, we left Mount Pleasant to come to beautiful Johns Island to enjoy those live oak trees. And now we find that we have a developer called Mungo Homes that wants to build 58 homes. The way I see it, what the gentleman brought in question is that those 2 trees, they're asking to have them removed. Well, if you really look at some of the information that they provided, there's actually 4 lots in question. There's a road and a proposed, the way I read it, it's even a sidewalk. There's only 20 feet, and that will be right in behind our homes. So my point at this point is that we have seen the lack of proper drainage when it rains, and I'm really concerned that taking those trees, again, would put in jeopardy the, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, I'm not a speaker professionally, so just bear with me. So anyway, my point home is that we want to preserve the trees. We live in the neighborhood. I'm a little concerned that Mungo builders, and I'm going to go like this, quote unquote, Mungo builders, and I'll explain, already have 54 or 55 homes proposed. So in order for them to build those other 4 homes, they would have to take those 2 live trees, and that's really what I am here tonight, opposing to that. When I researched Mungo Homes, I realized that Mungo Homes, actually, there are 2 brothers who sold the company, and they sold their building company to Berkshire Hathaway, that it's ultimately owned by Warren Buffett. So my question I'm posing to you, I'm sure Mungo Home, the people, the family were great, they were concerned about the city of Charleston, but I don't know that Warren Buffett is concerned about preserving oak trees. So with that, I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Let's see if anyone has a question for you. Anyone on my left have a question for her? On my left.
I got it.
Okay.
Ma'am, how long have you been on your property?
I beg your pardon?
How long did you all build a house on your property?
Yes, we've
Were-
been there for almost 5 years.
Do you have any idea of knowing whether any trees taken off that lot before you built?
Say that again?
Do you know if any trees had been taken off your lot before you built? But were there trees? Pine trees. Pine trees? Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Will Nugent, 2748 Colonel Harrison Drive, Johns Island. I won't cover the things that my wife just touched on. Other than the easement that they talked about, when I came to this meeting here in this room about a year or so ago, when the city was going to put in that closed water, stormwater sewer system. Can you hear me okay? Okay, sorry. And so with that, I came to the meeting because they were going to take down a live oak. And even though they got permission in that meeting to take it down, the city decided they were doing some vertical drilling, and they were able to keep that tree there. So I appreciate what the city did. I certainly appreciate what you all do here. You have a tough job and probably often a thankless job. The last thing I just want to sit there and say, we're all aware of the 7 deadly sins. The second most deadly sin is gluttony. Gluttony doesn't just have to sit there and take with respect to eating food. It is in anything that you do in excess, any action that you do in excess. And I just ask you to help us mitigate gluttony in this case. Thank you.
Hold on, let's see if anyone has a question for you, please, sir. Anyone on my right? Anyone on my left?
I have one question.
Ms. Smith.
Your house backs up to where these trees will be removed, correct?
Directly behind the one tree, the 54, 49-inch.
Do you have issues with water in your yard now?
No, our lots are graded down, number one, and then there is a drainage ditch. I don't know what the technical term would be for it, and that goes all the way down to the Stono River. Okay, it feeds directly into the marsh. I don't know if they're talking about something more sophisticated than that, or they're talking about putting a pipe in for this drainage, but there's already existing ditch there. Okay, my concern is, just trying to balance what you all have to do, balancing expanding the tax base and maintaining the environment. And I know it's tough. So my gluttony comment was directly related to the 5 additional lots and the excess road going back through there.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Smith?
If I could just add one thing with respect to that tree, I know getting to that tree is difficult because of how wet it is since they did the one project there, but that tree is on solid ground. I look at it every day.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition?
My name is Lloyd Malin. I live at 2624 Private Leffler Drive, one of the houses that abuts the proposed development. I'm here wearing 2 hats. One is a homeowner, but the other, in the spirit of transparency, as an HOA board member. The problem with that is if I make a fool of myself tonight with other people here from the development, I could be impeached, have to leave in disgrace, move back to New England, and I don't want to do that because I love the Charleston area and have since we moved here in 2018. As I pointed out, several neighbors are here. Why? There are serious concerns, and many of them are quite nervous, not necessarily the people here, but people in Stono View in general. Let me explain why. Part of this had to do with the scope of the development that's being proposed. It has many of us panicked, and I will explain why. That will get to it all. The other had to do with comments by the surveyor who one of our neighbors spoke with when she noticed that property border stakes were being put down by the surveyor very, very, very close to the swale ditch that runs along the back portion of the property and winds around all the way to the back portion of Stono View, has been pointed out, to the back of those properties.
So you got
I
30
will
seconds.
get to those comments.
So you got 30 seconds.
One of the reasons we have such concerns is that the runoff from our backyards, in addition to the stormwater that collects in those swale ditches, whenever we have heavy rains, we concerned about the mitigation of those ditches because during heavy rains, they overflow, they breach. The applicants have been cutting down trees. Many of those trees have ended up in those swale ditches, which are furthering the problem.
So let me do this for you. Let me see if anyone, I hate to interrupt you.
Yes.
I do apologize for that. But let me see if any one of these board members would be kind enough to ask you a question so that you could continue your mitigation. Anyone on my left?
Sure, yeah. So you're saying that the ditches now are overflowing with water?
The ditches overflow often with water whenever we have heavy rains.
Okay.
My understanding is those ditches were required by Charleston County for our developer to be able to complete the back part of that development. That's my understanding. I know that on private Leffler Drive, we are not in what's considered a flood zone, so we don't have to have flood insurance, but we do because we've seen the breach. Those grand trees, and I learned a little more about those in the last few days. My understanding is the root systems tend to be relatively shallow, but those roots act in a great, great way to absorb groundwater and help mitigate the chances of flooding. That's my understanding.
Let's see if anyone else has a question for you. Yes, sir. Mr. Neal.
You're on the board of the HOA that is parallel with this property, I guess, to the, I don't know if that, to the left on this map. Is that?
Yes, sir.
So that's the HOA that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Has Mungo Homes or Seaman and Whiteside reached out to your HOA at all?
No,
Okay.
not as far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions? Mr. Truslow?
Just one. I need some help understanding the water issue. Do y'all have any photographs to show what the problem is that we can look at so we can understand better your concerns?
The water issue.
Do you have any photographs?
No, I don't.
Okay.
This
That's all.
is
That was my only
something.
question.
Yeah, this is something we've learned to live with, and so far everything's been fine.
Okay. I'll have to end you with that. But, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan. He had his hand there. I didn't see.
I know there's no answer to this, but I'm just sitting there thinking, before any of you developed your property, the HOA might have opposed y'all's property being developed to you. Have you thought about that?
Oh, I actually do have a photo.
So if you submit that, then it's going to be evidence of this body, unless you can email it to one of my board members. One of our staff.
It's just a thought I had, y'all not probably the first ones wanting to save some of those trees down there. But something must have been developed for y'all to get your houses, which I'm glad you're there. But the people that's applying for this may feel that way about y'all's development.
We believe they have every right to develop that property. And we have no problem with that whatsoever. Our concern is that based on where those proposed homes are going to be packed in, the backyards, and based on the comments made by the surveyor who told our neighbor when she asked about the property border, and she thought it was a 15-foot easement on either side of that easement, on either side of that ditch, that what he essentially said to her is, we don't give a crap about your 15-foot easement, and we're going to do what we're going to do, so why don't you just go home, lady? Now, I've cleaned
Okay,
it up.
I'm going to have to stop you for
Yeah.
that because that goes in a little bit of hearsay, okay?
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
Yeah.
I
so
understand.
I thank you so very much for your testimony, too.
Just let me address that. So whether or not your property is being encroached upon, this board cannot address that. And if you feel that the development is approaching your property, there are legal things that you or your community or HOA can take. The board has no control over some of what you are talking about, and you're specifically talking about someone encroaching on your property line. So this board has no authority over that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can submit that. Jenny, can you give him an email address to submit that?
Don't we need some corroboration of what it is?
So, yes, sir.
Phil Pecura, 2594 Private Leffler Drive.
Good evening, sir.
Stone
Yes, sir.
Review.
Please tell us why we should deny this, this application, please, sir.
I'm sorry.
Please tell us why we should deny this application, sir.
Why? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. It's interesting that one of the fellows said that the stormwater would go toward the Stono River. However, right in my backyard, there's that ditch that goes from Stono River to River Road, and the water flows towards River Road. So when it rains hard, I thought that was pretty interesting. And if they're going to send the water to Stono River, what about the ditch going towards River Road? So I'd like some clarification. Will they have pumps to put that water toward the Stono River? Because if you look from my house towards the Stono River, the elevation goes up. That's why the water comes towards River Road. So there's an issue there. Also, I'd like to point out, as one of my fellow people right over here mentioned, the structure of those live oak trees, the root system is as wide as the height. So I'm wondering if the planners did some type of environmental study, impact statement about the trees, and not only the trees, but the root structure that allows water to percolate inside. Also, I'd like to mention that if the grand trees are removed, coupled with the densely placed houses, you're talking about 58 houses in a small area. Now, I noticed that the zoning district is low density. I've got a little bit of a challenge with that. I think it's high density. A lot of houses packed into a small area, a lot of concrete. Also, you have roads on both sides. You would have both sides would have roads. The roads that's there already and the proposed road. So you're talking about something like a canyon that would be in a city. Where's that water going to percolate? Let me also mention that I'm wondering if a hydrologist was used to ensure the plan works, because they could do a model as to where this water would be flowing. Also, what about the construction of the long ditch on both sides? What are they going to do with that? Are they going to cover it up after putting a pipe under that? And like I said, that water would flow to the River Road rather than towards the Stono River. And it's very odd what the fellow mentioned about that. Also, I was glad to hear about the Corps of Engineers, Army Corps of Engineers, and I'm wondering why that was not stated in the plan, and if there's any type of wetlands threshold, I'd like to see that in the plan also. Another point is that where the hammerhead turn is at the end of the development, are they going to have fire hydrants that far up the development? And was the fire department, did they evaluate the fire hydrant situation? And that's about it.
Well, and that concludes your time at this point. Very good.
Okay, all right.
So to answer those questions, I'm going to answer in one
Yes, sir.
fell swoop.
Yes, sir.
All those plans, when they submit plans for this project, everything is here, and our staff has it. So it will be available for your review and your inspection at any time between the hours of 8:30 and 5, excuse me. So you have the opportunity to review these plans also at that time. So it would take too long for us to try to address all that with you today and tonight, but those things are available for you, okay?
Yeah, I looked at the plan, sir, and I didn't see these questions answered.
Okay, they are addressed in there. I can probably safely say that to you. If not, then somebody on staff can answer those questions for you.
Will the planners answer these
You
questions?
won't probably have, you will have access to the staff, not necessarily to the planners, unless they will be kind enough to meet with you as a group.
Who's the staff?
Our illustrious staff right here at the front.
Yeah, if he has specific questions about the subdivision, we would set him up with the subdivision staff
Okay.
to go. over the
Did you hear
plans.
that, sir?
Well, I was a police officer. I got a little problem hearing from being on the firing range a lot. Yes. So.
Could you repeat that again, Ms. Working?
Yes, we would set you up with a meeting with our subdivision staff.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can you just say it?
My wife sometimes,
It's harder to talk backwards.
So what they'll do, they'll set you up for a hearing with the subdivision staff.
Okay,
Yes, we'll set you up with a meeting.
all right, I appreciate that.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else that has anything else different to say? All good comments, just, thank you.
Hello, I'm Dory Hallberg. I'm 2417 Georgia Garden, Stone View. The only thing I can really say is on the two trees, the trees offer a value to every home that is backing up to them and to where they're building. So there's 4 houses they want to add into this area, and for taking out those trees, there's 54 homes that they are taking that value away. For my house, and I'll just say this, which it's going to sound like a shocking and almost like you've got to be kidding me, but I paid a $30,000 lot premium for my grand tree. Those are value. They add to the value of that neighborhood and the adjacent neighborhood because, believe it or not, from my deck, I can see that tree almost. I can see the tip of it. So, and if you can't, every day I take a walk, I can see both of them as I take a walk. So it's just not their neighborhood. It's also my neighborhood, my personal enjoyment. And you pay a premium for these trees. They're beautiful. We love them. I love them so much, I paid way too freaking much for it, but I did. Thank you very much.
So as a point of clarity, you said you live on Georgia Garter Drive, right?
Yes.
You paid for a view for these 2 trees?
No, for a tree in my side yard.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Good selling.
You're like, I got swampland in Florida I want to sell you.
Okay,
No,
it kind of went over my head real quick. I wanted to bring it down.
Beautiful, beautiful grand tree in my side yard.
Okay.
Yes,
Question.
that was
So-
my lot premium. for
So
that.
Lennar Homes is so good at developing properties now?
that was Stanley Martin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, it was a Lennar originally, and they sold it to Stanley Martin, I think, if I remember correctly.
That neighborhood's such a weird history, I don't know, but that's what Stanley Martin told us for that lot, that we were get charged premium.
That is entrepreneurial, so we'll just leave it at that.
Maybe stupid on our side, but we do love that tree.
Okay, thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Do we have anyone else that can say something just a little different?
Maybe just a little different. But anyway, good evening. My name is Corey Hallberg. I'm at 2417 Georgia Guard, Johns Island. And one thing that was mentioned, one of the previous ones, one of the reasons why a lot of us moved to Johns Island is because of the trees, the canopies, the environment. And so one of the things that I know that you guys are considering is the impact to the adjacent lots and things like that. And there was some discussion about the already we've had to endure putting the forced main sewer pipe that came through and cut down a bunch of trees, impacted that area. Putting the road in is going to impact that area even more, especially if those two grand trees are coming down. I know that you don't really have jurisdiction over whether or not the pine trees come down or not. But this narrow strip of land, they are trying to pack in as many as 58 homes on this land. I know it's a R4 zoning, which I think is like a 0.16 acre per lot. Already, it's already zoned. The plot map that they're showing was 0.12 acres per lot. So already they're trying to cut corners on making the lot size less than what's the R4 zoning is. And then in addition, they want to add 5 more lots to this very end, which is going to require cutting those trees down. It may take a little more creative engineering, maybe require a little more planning and development to try to figure out how to get that stormwater out to the Stono to mitigate some of those stormwater concerns. But those are some of the bigger, issues that I see with it over and above just the loss of 2 grand trees. We don't want to cut any more corners and approve every tree for every development that comes by. I know that I'm sure some trees were taken down for Stono View more than I would have appreciated if I had a say at the time. So anyway,
Thank you.
That's all I had to say.
Let's see if anyone has a question. Anyone on my right? My left? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir. All right.
Rebuttal.
All right. Thank you. So we have the right of rebuttal. At this time, you have 2 minutes for the right of rebuttal.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment. There was a
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Buddy Pusser with Seaman Whiteside, 501 Wando Park Boulevard, Mount Pleasant. There was a comment about, I forget the name of the road, but a drainage ditch or swale that was referenced to drain back towards River Road. That's not accurate. We've been working with staff, and that's also one of the reasons we primarily, working with staff, want to get all the stormwater directly to the Stono River. So comments like that, and there is no drainage into swales and ditches or anything else on the adjacent properties. So I did want to rebut that.
So good. Okay, I'm going to get to Mr. Neal in a minute. But did you guys take just a few moments or time to schedule a meeting with that HOA? You didn't have to, but.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. I wonder if they're willing to, oh, they didn't?
We did not speak to the HOA.
Well, it'd be nice if you did. But, Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't notice this on the first pass, but I did, actually, Mr. Seidel showed it to me. There's a connection to the other HOA in the lower, I guess, first third. Talk about the impact of what that connectivity may do with drainage and water, because I'm hearing comments from some of these people about water coming the back of their lots, and people worried about the back of their lots and these lots backing up into them. That's my first question, is the connectivity. And the second, I wanted to repeat my confirmation of the lots in the back, the 4 or 5 lots that are back there. If you didn't do those, you'd still have to remove those trees to improve the drainage to discharge the rest of that water. So at first glance, it looks like you develop those 4 or 5 lots back there and you're having to lose trees to develop it, but that's really not the issue. The issue is the drainage line going through that one tree and impacting the second tree, correct?
We would have to get the stormwater back there one way or another.
Whether you had the 4 or 5 lots or not. Okay.
Correct.
So address the connectivity in that first section, if that may help, or why it's there.
when you reference to connectivity, are you talking about the road connectivity?
Yes.
Yeah, there's an existing road stub out, road right away there. I believe that's City of Charleston right away. There will not be any drainage impact. The drainage from our site will drain back into our site and be connected into the stormwater ponds and routed out to the Stono. So there's not going to be a stormwater impact from that connection.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
So you'll be able to pretty much eliminate any water runoff to the adjacent neighborhood to the north of that?
I wouldn't necessarily say eliminate it, but we're going to, the plan would be to minimize it less than what's going there today. And that Charleston County staff would review those plans and reports to verify that.
So do we have a mitigation plan for that?
Not that I'm aware of. For the trees?
No, for the runoff.
That was somewhere purview.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So just to clarify, you're not anticipating water running off into this ditch. You've got 50-something homes going in there, and on the other side, directly next to, there's 50, I just counted them, there's 50 homes almost that back up there. So you've got 100 homes all on either side of those ditch. So all that's water has been planned and mitigated, and there's no combination of the runoffs from both of those subdivisions.
Correct.
That's going to take place.
The county has developed pretty strict requirements for those situations where you have homes backing up to existing neighborhoods. We'll have an existing, we'll have a new drainage pipe run on the back of the lots that collects stormwater and will route it out towards the Stono and through our pond system prior to it being able to run off into the adjacent properties.
So I just have, maybe it's the staff, but this subdivision's all been, we're talking about tree. Our issue is
Yes.
the two trees.
Yes, it is.
But this, just my own edification, the whole subdivision's been approved with this layout other than this particular issue at this point in time?
Right.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan?
So my colleague, where'd he go? My colleague has already asked my question, but I'd still like to make my point. Why didn't you go to the HOA? And wouldn't it have been nice if they'd have been here supporting you tonight? Whoever. You said you knew that they hadn't been done.
Neil Shepard, 913 Foliage Lane. Yeah, I heard you ask that question a few times earlier tonight, and I was having a lot of regret that we hadn't. Who knows what reaction we would have gotten, but we'll never know because we didn't do that.
You might still know if you talk to the people.
I'm sure we will be. One thing, just to reiterate, full acknowledgement. We
Thank
should
you.
have had that
Just want to make
conversation.
my point.
Thank you. You may be seated. This is closed to the public, okay? Board members, do we have any other additional questions of staff? Have any questions of staff? We've asked a lot of questions tonight. Do we have any? Yes, sir.
Yes, just my only question to staff. Y'all verified with Chris Wanamaker and stormwater staff, the stormwater plan for the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That was a big one. Thank you. Yes.
Was there any way that we could have allowed more housing on the property, denser housing towards the front, so that we didn't have to remove trees to fit the number of housing units on the property? Or is this the maximum density that we allow this development?
Good question, Ms. Smith.
The zoning allows 4 units per acre. And like we were saying earlier, depending, if it's water and sewer, they could be 5,000 square feet. The waterfront ones in the back have to be 12,000 square feet and 90 feet wide. So.
not to answer their question, so they met the criteria.
I got
Mr.
a
Brown.
question. I guess it's kind of part of that. Did I not hear that it wouldn't matter if those 4 were developed back there or not? There's still the requirement or part of stormwater to go through there and buy those trees. It's the least impactful anyway.
That's my understanding.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understood the same thing, so. Okay.
But this is the time, Mr. Brown, Ms. Smith, this is the time that we try to hash all these things out, because now what they've said is beyond it, and this is what we have to figure out as a board. Okay? But just keep in mind, we're talking about the trees.
Yeah, I was getting ready.
We're talking about the trees.
I was getting ready to ask. The variance here is for the trees.
For the
This
trees.
is not for the
Runoff.
number of houses. This is not for the subdivision.
It's for the
That
trees.
is all staff approval. This is for whether or not the variance is to be taking out the 2 trees.
And just keep in mind, they've saved other grand trees and made plans that would be best suited for their project, and only requesting 2. For a project this size, they're only requesting 2, where they could have requested many other.
Well, there are some other trees on the site that are being removed or whatnot. But
By law, which they can remove.
Right.
But any other grand trees, they
that's why I said the stormwater, the least impactful route was to go where it is, and it is not impacting the number of houses out there.
correct.
Okay.
All right. At this time, I'd like to get a motion to either approve or deny this application. Do I have anyone that would like to do so?
Go.
We've got a finger pointing down this way. Is it
I did
pointing
the
to
last
me or
one.
to?
No, I believe that finger is pointing to me, since I usually get called upon to make motions for approvals on difficult cases, so.
That's why I keep you to my left. You do, I can't do it.
And I'm on your right.
It's the plight of somebody that's worked in this world for a long time. So in the matter of BZA 0125-00840, I would make a motion that we approve this request, this variance request to remove 2 grand trees. In making this motion, I'm certain that we meet the 7 criteria required to meet this variance request. That there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. In dealing with properties like this in the past, with the wetlands that are present on the property, the difficulty that remains in both avoiding impacts to wetlands and avoiding impacts to grand trees is difficult when you're trying to achieve the purpose and meet the zoning that's allowed to develop a particular piece of property. So that makes this a difficult property to develop. I do recognize that it's within the county's urban, what's the border called? The Johns Island.
UGB.
What's that?
Growth boundary.
Urban
UGB.
growth boundary, thank you. That it is within the urban growth boundary, and even in the development of the Stone View subdivision with the stub out for a street that unfortunately some of our people here are affected by, there were plans, obviously, with the city for this property to be developed. So I recognize all of that as part of the extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. That, too, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, this being a long, narrow tract, there's development actually on both sides, even though on the right side of the property, so it's a couple of lots away. That makes it difficult to adhere to all of the infrastructure improvements that are required to develop a property. In hearing testimony that the applicant has been working with Charleston County Stormwater and that there are very limited options in how to deal with the stormwater on this property, I'm compelled to say that we meet criterion 2 as well in the application of this particular variance. For criterion 3, that because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. So again, we're hanging on the need for the stormwater discharge to go toward the Stono River so that we don't impact other people's properties. And if we required these trees to remain, it would make it extremely difficult for stormwater to be handled in a way that allows it to be discharged. The road is almost ancillary and almost a benefit, I guess, for the applicant in this regard. So for criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. Again, we're dealing with a situation where I believe in development of this property, the applicant is going to try to do some things that will actually improve some drainage in and around not only this neighborhood, but might actually improve some drainage on the adjacent neighborhoods. At least we hope it does so. And we meet that criterion. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use that is not otherwise permitted. Again, this property is zoned for this type of use, so we clearly meet that criterion. For criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. In meeting this criterion, I again am compelled by the work the applicant has done with Charleston County's planning department, with the stormwater department, to try and meet all of the requirements that are necessary to move forward with their project. And it is a combination of those requirements that actually put us in a position where we have 2 grand trees that need to be removed in order to meet stormwater requirements, and that has an added benefit for the owner to add a couple of additional lots in that portion of the property. For criterion 7, that granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Believe we meet that criterion. Again, this is yet another property within the urban growth boundary on Johns Island that has been slated for development, and as a 25-year resident of Johns Island, I understand the plight of those that sit in traffic on a daily basis and try to get off the island. So in making my motion, I would also add the 3 special conditions recommended by staff. That is my motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Do we have any discussion? Okay, Mr. Brown?
I just can't remember the answer from before. Is there any, if there's an attempt to try to save that 39-inch live oak and it doesn't live, are there any stipulations on the mitigation being kept on site in that same area? Things like that. Can that be done?
The special conditions that staff recommend allow either or. So I would say we're better off just administratively, approving the variance request for that. The applicant may make additional changes to their site plan that would eliminate or reduce impacts to one of those trees. I'd say it's doubtful at this point, but we would allow them to deal with that during the site plan review process.
I just didn't see anything in condition number 1 that would say, a stipulation to save the 39-inch live oak. In the event 39-inch live oak does not live, then mitigation would kick in. It just says, shall mitigate the removal of 63 inches, which is both of those trees together.
Yeah, and I think that's just giving them the maximum.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to segregate. We never have in the past.
But then you got condition number 1 that takes care of, like you said, all 63 inches.
I guess you're just saying that gives them the opportunity to
mitigate?
To try to save the 39-inch live oak. It's not a blanket, remove it now. We can't.
They still have the option to change their plan.
But they only have the option. They're not required based on this condition to try to save it.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
I know there's a 50-50 chance and all that kind of thing of it.
If once they get the approvals to remove these trees, legally they can damage that tree or try to save it, whatever they care to do.
Right.
Whether it lives or dies, they have to mitigate. Because they're asking to remove it. So once it gets permitted, it is as good as gone to us legally. So should it remain on site and they do find an arborist that says that, yeah, there's a glimmer of hope in this tree and they do save it, doubtful, but it could possibly occur with the encroachment that they are proposing, they would have to plant or pay or a combination of either one anyways.
So it's built into this condition.
Yeah.
They can't charge a premium for that lot if the tree were to live. Is that?
Okay.
That was bad.
All right. Good question. I didn't think she probably liked that. Okay. Any more discussion? All right, let's bring it to the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's going to get close. All those opposed? 1, 2, ooh.
Roll call?
It's 4-4.
Give 'em
So
up, please.
all those opposed, please raise your hand. Huh, please? 1, 2 Smith?
Smith, Brown, Jordan.
Okay.
4-4.
It's 4-4.
Can't be 4-4. We have 9
1,
people here.
2, 3.
Yeah.
Well, do you,
Mr. Ray? So he opposed?
Call. Let's do a roll call. Roll call vote. You vote last?
well, you already got the vote there. Why y'all putting me in this position?
You want to be chair.
Yeah, well, okay, so it passes. I do vote yes.
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 5-4?
Yes.
Jordan, Smith, Smith.
So your application does approve,
And
is
Brown.
approved. I will warn you this, next time you guys do a project of this magnitude or less, I would encourage you to talk with the neighbors to either side of you, so you can prevent a lot of this, okay? All right, but your application has been approved. Within the next 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process, okay?
But not least. An existing permitted, unpermitted detached structure. Really?
It's still there a year, take it out after a year.
We got one more year.
There's no way around it. That's why I asked the one question about, I thought maybe if you got rid of the back.
All right,
house, you could
let's
get
get to
around
the
it.
next one.
You couldn't do that.
Thank you. Oh, we got this place cleared out almost. Okay.
It was a done deal after that.
Next case, BZA 01-25-00841. It's working.
The applicant Jennifer Schroeder and the property owner Ted Patrick Schroeder Jr. of 1095 Main Road LLC are requesting a variance to reduce the required 3-foot interior side setback by 1.8 feet to 1.2 feet at the closest point for existing unpermitted detached accessory structures, a shipping container and lean-to. At 1095 Main Road, which is TMS number 282-0000107 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and the adjacent properties to the north and east are located in the rural residential RR zoning district. The properties to the south are located in the neighborhood commercial NC zoning district. The Berkeley Electric Cooperative Plan Development is located southeast of the subject property. That's the parcel shown in blue. This is the ordinance requirement, the 300-foot radius map, aerial. We posted the property on February 12th, 2025. So the shipping container is to the east of the house. You can see the red. And then the shipping container to the east, and then the lean-to is behind the shipping container, or sorry, yeah, behind the house and the shipping container to the rear property line. So this is a site plan, that's, survey site plan that's showing those structures in this corner right here. The lean-to elevation and the plat. So regarding the approval criteria, we stated it meets 1 through 3 and 5. It may meet 4, 6, and 7. And we did receive one public comment in support for this request. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the case based on the board's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff recommends the following condition. 1, the applicant property owner shall obtain all required zoning and building permits for the unpermitted detached accessory structures, the shipping container and the lean-to. No questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Workin. All right, which one of you guys are the applicants? Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Patrick Schroeder, 6030 Rainbow Trout Drive, Johns Island.
Very good, sir. Please tell us why we should approve your application. And tell us how you got here.
How we got here. So, well, we bought that property. You couldn't even see. It was a dilapidated house. You couldn't even see it from the road. We restored it back to the cottage style to preserve the Johns Island look. And during construction, we actually had that container placed, and because we got robbed quite a few times being on that corner. Things got stolen. So we placed a container there, and we had permits to restore the house and everything, and didn't know that we needed a permit to place that container. And meeting the inspectors there, it was never brought up. And actually, I had asked the inspector, hey, can we build a lean-to off the side of that? And he said yes. And so, so we built a lean-to off the side of it. So, you know, we took a corner property. Trees are literally growing through the house. I do have a picture here after we had already cleared a lot of it, but and you can see what it looks like now. So that's how we're here. Did not realize that, you know, those setbacks are going to be that close and that we need a permit to put those two things there.
Okay, so when did you put the Connex there?
I'm going off a vague memory. I mean, we got the property in like 17, 18, so probably 19, somewhere around 2019, I would guess.
Did a lot of work. Okay.
I mean, I could, if I go back and dig up some records, I could probably get a little more accurate, but somewhere around there.
How long did it take you to do all this work, sir?
A long time. Years.
Okay. Okay. Let's see if any other board member on my left have a question. No? Yes, sir. No.
So I'll say I'm one of the Johns Island guys who gets to drive around and find various routes around the island to try and get home from time to time. And one of those routes is down Patton Avenue, and I've driven past your property many times and seen the redevelopment occur, and it does look substantially better than it did 10 years ago. So thank you for that.
Thank you. So you saw it sitting up on cribbing and all while we did the foundation and all. You saw how long it took. Yeah.
Am I right? No? Yes, sir.
So when did you move the shipping container? When you started the renovation, or when was that later? Or
It was not immediately when we started because we had to clear. It was probably about a year and a half or so, but we worked on it for a long time. I mean, while we were working there is when we moved it there to keep stuff in.
so you started, you thinking about 2019, maybe 2021, thereabouts, you moved the shipping container in?
No, we probably put the container there about 19. I think we got the property probably in 18. At the end of 17 or in 18 is when we acquired the property.
And just to be clear, you had someone from the county out to talk with you about when you were doing all of this, and they said it was okay to have the container there and to build a lean-to against it. Is that what you testified?
So I did not ask him if I could put the container there. The container was there.
Okay, I heard that, but he said it was okay to build a lean-to against it. Is that
correct? I said, would it be all right to build a lean-to off the side of that? And he said, sure. But, I mean, it was a very informal, just conversation, just like that. So.
I understand. Okay.
Okay. Since I don't have any more questions for you, I want to thank you for your testimony today.
Yeah.
Y'all want to say anything?
Thank you for all you guys' time.
So either, you guys are a family, right?
Yes, sir.
If I don't make that assumption today. Okay, so there's no one else to speak in opposition, so this case is closed to the public. Board members, any questions of staff? I know we're tired, but let's see it through. Yes, sir.
No, I was going to make a motion. I was prepared to make a motion and wrap everything up.
Okay, well, let's do that then.
I'll make a motion to approve the application for a variance to reduce the interior side setbacks Notice is proper, jurisdiction is proper, there's support of a neighbor. The law is covered, that deals with this issue is contained in Zelder 6.5. In particular, there's been good faith to wrap up the criteria that are contained in, this is not a contested case as I see it, but the criteria set forth in 3.1.6, 1 through 7. I'll summarize all of those because they're interrelated. There was a need to store material and to safeguard it to secure the property. Clearly, they've improved the site. They've done a wonderful job, and a credit to the community and to the vicinity. Again, there was good faith that there would be a hardship. To summarize, under 3.10.6, paren 7, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance. Under 6, there's a need for this, and there'd be a tremendous hardship if they had to do away with it. So that's my motion. Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Any discussion?
I think that's right.
Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. Very good. So within 10 days, you'll be getting information from our staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations and good night.
Unfortunately, I've got some not so good news for you all.
Uh-oh.
The-
For you guys.
No, not,
Yeah, you should run.
yeah. Mr. Nielsen brought something to my attention. I apologize, I missed it. Not this case, but the case before. It didn't pass.
Oh, it
It
didn't
was
pass?
5-4. Special exception.
Oh, that's right.
Got it.
Wait, what?
You voted 5-4.
It has to have
Special
two-thirds.
exception. That'd be 2/3.
No, we changed that. It's majority.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Good night.
But I just got to make sure the so I just got to make sure the vote, though, was correct. Who voted to approve it? Raise your hand. That's what we,
I was the last vote.
okay. And then against it was 4.
So when did they change it?
No, 5.
I guess I need to go back through training.
Yeah, me too.
So how many people voted?
It was 5-4. for
The motion
the
was to approve. So there were 5 people. Who were the 5 people that voted to approve? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then the 4 that, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I got them. Okay, okay. Yeah. It's majority. It's not the 2/3 anymore. That's only for appeals. They changed that in the ordinance.
So right now, just one quick thing, guys, before we get out of here. I want to thank these new board members for coming in and hanging here all night. Great job. Ms. Working, great job for the training today. Otherwise, you got anything for the good of the order?
I was just going to tell you about the cases, if I can get there. So I have one old business case. It's that tree one, Papa Charlie Way, that you all heard in January that was deferred. That one's on the agenda. So he's going to save one of the trees. It's just going to be a request to remove 2 trees.
Okay.
And then we have 7 confirmed new business cases. I had a couple others come in, but I don't think they're complete, so we'll go with that. So that would be at least 8. I would think, are you okay just meeting at 5 or?
Is that a consensus? You guys want to meet an hour early? Okay, so let's start it at 4 then.
Is everybody okay with that, starting at 4?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
4 o'clock.
So great. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Can you believe what they did to that house? Or is that?
That looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yes, I will.